noches, buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por no sepa. A tu salud, no sepa. Bombísima. Importar mi muñeco de jugo. Buenas noches, buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por no sepa. A tu salud, no sepa. Bombísima. Importar mi muñeco de jugo. Buenas noches, buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por no sepa. A tu salud, no sepa. Bombísima. Importar mi muñeco de jugo. Buenas noches, buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por no sepa. Salud, no sepa.
This was ours. We ruled this land. We owned the night. But man rose up against us. We were overthrown. For centuries, hidden away in darkness. Tortured by thirst, choking down dust, starving. Until now, our hunt begins again.
Bombísima. Importar mi muñeco Buenas noches, buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por no sepa. A tu salud, no sepa. días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Bombísima. Inmortal, mi muñeco de juego. Buenas noches. Buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Bombísima. Inmortal, mi muñeco de juego. Buenas noches. Buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Bombísima. Inmortal, mi muñeco de juego. Buenas noches. Buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Bombísima. Mi muñeco de. Buenas noches. Buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Bombísima. Buenas noches. Buenos días, no sé ni qué. Vamos a brindar por unos zapatos. A tu salud, unos zapatos. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Sea of Thieves, Athena's Fortune. Written by Chris Alcock. Narrated by Toby Stevens. Sea of Thieves, Athena's Fortune. Written by Chris Alcock. Narrated by Toby Stevens. Chapter 1. Ramsey. Long ago. Ramsey's boots were filled with icy water, and the howling winds drove sheets of stinging spray across his face as he struggled to keep his grip on the helm. He was fairly certain that the next wave was either going to capsize them or completely splinter their ship to matchwood. This, he thought with satisfaction, is what being a pirate is all about. Wrenching at the ship's wheel with an effort that made his aching arms scream in protest, Ramsey leaned forward to bellow an order to his crew below. He might as well have been whispering, for the storm snatched at his commands and carried them away. No matter. Each of the crew was an experienced sailor, and the last few days, sailing through what felt like literal hell, had taught them to anticipate each other's actions. For now, they would work without words. Ramsey squinted through the darkness and the rain to make out Rathbone and Mercia moving in tandem. They had lashed ropes to the railings and tied them securely around their waists as they wrestled with the sails, desperately seeking the ever-shifting balance that would keep the ship darting between the waves without the sails being torn to shreds. Behind them, a flash of lightning illuminated Shan as he staggered up to the prow. He held a battered bucket in his hands and began emptying its contents overboard, bailing away rainwater that had trickled down into the lower decks. Those three pirates, along with Ramsey, represented the entire complement of the Magpie's Wing, the tiny ship he'd commissioned especially for this voyage. His friends and rivals had scoffed at the idea of setting sail with such a tiny crew, least of all into the Devil's Shroud. But that was precisely why they'd failed, where Ramsey had succeeded. The Devil's Shroud. Every pirate grew to know its name, even if they preyed upon waters 100 miles or more from that cursed region. Ramsey had never been a superstitious man, but you didn't have to believe in undersea gods or arcane rituals to experience the fog's effects for yourself, and learn swiftly that it was a very real threat indeed. The Shroud ebbed and flowed across a vast region of the sea, writhing like a living thing. Unwary ships could easily be drawn into its fringes, even if they'd sailed that route without incident for years. Any vessel that did slip its course and find itself in those strange ethereal clouds would soon realize it, for its crew would begin to taste an odd tang upon the air, not quite sour and not quite rotten, but cloying on the tongue and in the back of the throat. It was like trying to take a deep gulp of black treacle, Ramsey mused, but a treacle that soon began to burn cold like a hand held too long in ice. Masks and scarves across the face would do nothing to help, and before long, once able seamen would be coughing and spluttering, choking on the very air around them. Often, they'd be so overcome that they wouldn't realize their ship was dying too. Whatever fell curse the region inflicted upon people foolish enough to enter it would also work its will upon wood and metal. Beams would begin to split and twist, buckling and warping the planks that made up the ship's hull. The nails that held them in place would start to rust away to a fine red powder. The beleaguered crew would be fighting a losing battle against an onslaught of leaks and breaches as murky water poured in below decks, new ruptures appearing faster than the old ones could be bunged or repaired. Yes, any seafarer with a promising career and a decent life expectancy soon learned not to sneer at the existence or the threat of the Devil's Shroud. Though the challenge just made each ambitious pirate all the more determined to see what was on the other side. Ramsay had hardly been the first to dream of the uncharted waters encircled by those malevolent mists, imagining an oasis at the center like the eye of a storm that would contain, well, anything. Everyone had their own notions of what might lie beyond the veil, and the topic was a favorite talking point during fireside conversation, or whenever drink had been shared liberally. Fabulous riches usually featured heavily in people's imaginations, although long-lost civilizations hoarding said fabulous riches, and exotic beasts who could be captured and sold for fabulous riches were also common. A few naysayers would dismiss the idea of there being anything behind the shroud at all, but they were quickly jeered out of the conversation. It was far more fun to believe. Still, Ramsay had always been sure that until the day mankind learned to fly like the birds, dreaming would be the only way anyone would peek beyond the shroud. There had been so much to see and do in the wider world, so many places to plunder and battles to be fought, that he'd been content to leave the mystery unsolved. Unsolved and largely unheeded for many years, until one day he crossed paths with Mercia. "You're blocking my light," the pirate said curtly. Ramsay shifted apologetically as the pirate Mercia glanced up in irritation. The library in which they'd met barely seemed able to accommodate a tall and imposing pirate like Ramsay. He felt distinctly out of place in the serious and musty building, with his unkempt hair tied back using scraps of cloth, and a bristly beard that made him seem older than his years. His seafarer's garb, breeches, a rough linen shirt, and a bulky greatcoat topped with a wide-brimmed hat, only served to make him more incongruous among the crowded shelves. Now well into his third decade, Ramsay had accumulated quite a bit of heft from the fine dining that success could offer. Thanks to the rigors of a life at sea, it was still mostly muscle, and he aimed to keep it that way for as long as possible. Squeezing himself onto the bench opposite Mercia, though, he found himself wishing he were a smaller man. His elbow brushed against a stack of books, nearly scattering them, and he apologetically clamped a sun-tanned hand down upon the pile. "And now you're spoiling my work," Mercia sighed. "It's Captain Ramsay, isn't it? You've got quite the reputation around here." "All of it deserved, I assure you," Ramsay grinned. Mercia did not. "You're an exceptional pirate yourself, I hear," he continued, beguilingly. "One with a lot of books and some curious ideas." "Curiosity is correct," Mercia replied, considering Ramsay for a moment, as if debating how much time to spend indulging him. "And I don't just mean poking my nose into other people's treasure. We've all seen things out there that we couldn't explain. Well, some of us want answers, and we have ways of finding them out." Ramsay frowned. "Alchemy?" he ventured. "Natural philosophy," Mercia said, patiently. "It's a way of approaching what you don't understand, solving mysteries like..." One gloved hand waved vaguely. "Why does a compass point north? Who built the old temples you find sometimes, and why? What precisely is the Devil's Shroud? Some people say it's a form of magic, as if that were any explanation. But I have another idea." Mercia began to speak at length of the mysterious fog, and the means by which one might chart its boundaries, and Ramsay sensed his own interest in the barrier rekindling. He felt some measure of shame at this, for the last few years had been very kind to him, bringing him a wife and 2 young children. The black diamond ring upon his swarthy finger was a symbol of the promise he had made his beloved, to one day provide her with all that she deserved. Mercia had paused, and Ramsay realized he was expected to contribute to the conversation.
Truth be told,
He admitted.
things are getting a bit too familiar around here. The same old taverns, stories I can parrot word for word. Finding a way through the shroud. Now, that'd be an adventure to stick in the mind. Think you're man enough for the job?
He'd chosen these words deliberately, and Mercia's eyes flashed in provocation. We'll need charts, Mercia shot back with no hesitation. Calendars, too. There's a shop in town that has some I've had my eye on. Smaller craft to use as scouts. Oh, and a ship, of course. She'll have to be swift and nimble, but tough.
I don't understand half of what you've told me tonight,
Ramsay admitted with a toothy smile.
but rest assured, I know what makes a fine ship. You'll be aboard her when we sail.
Mercia smiled back for the first time.
Just you try leaving without me.
They'd had the Magpie's wing built in secret. A craft tiny enough to thread its way through those twisting routes where a ship might sail in safety. Together, Ramsay, Mercia, Shan, and Rathbone had stuffed the hold with floats and coracles to send out ahead, and stout wooden planks to patch up any damage they might take on their journey. They packed their provisions and made their final preparations until eventually there were no more reasons to delay. All that remained was Ramsay's choice to stay at home with his family or sail headlong into the unknown and be the first man alive to see beyond the Devil's Shroud. The call of the sea claimed him, as it always did, and perhaps as it always would. The course they plotted was contorted, and the ship was forced to travel at a veritable snail's pace. Finally, after days of inching their way through the stifling fog, starved of both food and sleep, they emerged into chaos. The Shroud had released its grip on Ramsay and his crew, only to spit them into the heart of a massive storm. With no idea of where land might lie, and no possibility of reversing course, they had no choice but to press on into the downpour. Another bolt of lightning, this one much closer, snapped Ramsay out of his reverie. They'd been lucky so far, able to angle through the waves without broaching, and taking only minor damage to the hull. But their good fortune would only last so long. The Magpie's wing needed shelter soon. Feeling a tug at his shoulder, Ramsay whipped around to find Shan at his side. Even though the man was clearly bellowing, Ramsay had to bring their heads practically together to hear what he was trying to say.
Lamb? Land!
Shan shouted again. Eyes widening, Ramsay gestured impatiently and followed Shan's outstretched finger. There was something there, all right. A dark and craggy silhouette that he could barely pick out against the backdrop of the raging monsoon. The ship gave a protesting creak as its captain spun the wheel once more, angling the bow toward the distant rock face. Shan picked his way down to where Rathbone and Mercia, both sodden and exhausted, were still fighting to capture the wild wind within the sails. Rathbone in particular seemed dead on his feet, despite being the brawniest of the three, and he gratefully relinquished his position to Shan.
Never thought I'd be glad to accept bailing duty,
He barked over the cacophony, but he had barely filled a bucket before he paused to stare, mortified at the horizon.
Ramsay has seen those cliffs we're heading toward, hasn't he? The cliffs that no one in their right mind would take us anywhere near.
Shan pretended not to hear him, and continued to wrestle gamely with the billowing cloth overhead. But Mercia snapped,
I'm sure Captain Ramsay knows exactly what he's doing.
before giving the sail a particularly vicious tug. While Mercia's relationship with Rathbone had been civil by and large, he was proving a hard man to really get to know. He was clearly a consummate pirate, despite possessing a clipped English accent, more suited to an officer of the Navy. His skin was bronzed by the sun, his shoulders were broad, and his head was shorn to reveal a scar or two. Out of all the crew, he was most fastidious about his appearance, and had come aboard laden with fine cotton shirts and gleaming shoes. Rathbone made a point of shaving every day, and took every opportunity to trim and tidy himself. Mercia wondered if Ramsay knew more about the man, and resolved to ask, assuming any of them survived the night. More rocks were visible now, and the ship seemed to be sailing between two rows of stone columns that jutted out of the water in rows like huge teeth. Lifeless and sheer, they rose up on either side of the Magpie's wing. Rathbone suspected he could almost reach out and touch the stone as the ship bobbed wildly on the waves. "He's gone mad!" Rathbone yelled, though Mercia's only response was to fully furl the sails, leaving nothing but their momentum to carry them forward. The looming darkness was almost upon them now, closer, then closer still, and Rathbone braced himself to hear the prows snap against the cliffs and feel the deck lurch beneath his feet. Suddenly, there was no more rain pounding down on them, and Rathbone found that he could hear things again, as Ramsay's call for light cut through the air. It took the crew a few moments to obey, groping for the ship's lanterns in the dark with their frozen and fumbling fingers. But one by one, the flickering flames sprang into being and cast pools of orange light across their surroundings. The feeble fire was like a summer sun compared to the darkness they'd sailed through, and more than bright enough to reveal the truth of their whereabouts. The Magpie's wing had sailed through a crack in the cliff face, and was now drifting through a large cave filled with seawater, moving lazily toward the far wall. They dropped anchor at once, bringing the ship to a full stop, and took in their surroundings as Ramsay moved to stand with them. The walls of the cavern were slick from the spray of the sea, and the dark sandy brown rock was peppered with smaller exits and pathways, save for the view to starboard, which offered an unobstructed view of a windswept shore and the turbulent ocean beyond it. The walls extended upward to form a series of high archways, a ceiling of sorts that provided protection from the storm. There were gaps overhead through which vegetation hung down and the sluicing rain cascaded in a series of miniature waterfalls. The nearest was just a few feet away, and Shan carefully hooked a bucket onto a long pole and filled it to the brim with fresh water. One by one, they filled their flasks and drank deeply in mute appreciation, until Shan, ever cheerful, broke the silence. "Funny how you only ever realize you're hungry when you've stopped being thirsty," he mused. "Are we sure there's no food left?" "Never mind your stomach," Mercia admonished. "Getting warm and dry is more important." "Easy for you to say. It's not your stomach." Ramsay drained the last of his flask and stretched. "We can burn the floats if they'll take," he declared. "Let's start a fire. It won't do if we all get sick. Then we'll see what we have to celebrate with, eh? We're wet, but we'll dry out. We're hungry, but we'll find food. Today, we four have made it through the Devil's Shroud. If that doesn't call for a belly full of grog, then nothing ever will again." This last remark earned a cheer, albeit an exhausted one, which rang around the cavern for a moment, as all four roused themselves and went to work. The Magpie's wing was eased carefully nearer to land, until she was close enough to a rocky outcropping that the gangplank could be extended. A circle of rocks was fashioned, far from the reach of the storm, although finding wood dry enough to do more than give off a thick, protesting smoke proved a challenge. Rathbone's persistent use of flint and stone eventually yielded a cautious flame, and finally a hearty conflagration, around which they were all very pleased to warm their hands. Shan disappeared off the ship, wordlessly, though Ramsay knew the man well enough by now not to bother questioning his absence or his motives. Sure enough, his balding head poked back through a crevice in the rocks later, shining anew with fresh rainwater. "I found a pathway that leads up to the higher reaches," he said, approaching his crewmates. Against his body, he hugged both the motionless form of a scrawny rooster, as well as a few plump bananas. Shan offered the bananas to Mercia, whom he knew avoided meat with a disdain most pirates reserved for an honest day's work, then set about cleaning and preparing the bird for its final resting place, a stained cooking pot that hung above their sputtering fire. Ramsay, who had busied himself filling several casks with yet more of the fresh rainwater, took the opportunity to study the man from afar and recall their first encounter. Every ship needs a quartermaster, with a brain that can juggle 1,000 calculations every hour, tallying every spilled pint of greasy grog, and each shot fired in anger, not to mention working out where the crew's next meal is coming from. Ramsay had had no clue who might fulfill such a role on his voyage into the Devil's Shroud, but Shan had come recommended by Rowena, one of Ramsay's few close friends, despite the fact that she'd always kept her feet firmly on dry land. As the owner and proprietor of one of the largest and most dependably disreputable taverns on the coast, Rowena was the de facto matriarch of the town, where she and Ramsay had grown up. They had played together as children. She'd introduced Ramsay to his wife, and he, in turn, had used his earnings to help purchase the pub, back when she was its only barmaid. When he told her of his plan to reach the Devil's Shroud, Rowena had promised to reserve his bar stool for him, so long as he promised to come back in one piece. Rowena had also pointed Shan out across the crowded bar, a lithe and balding figure with a pronounced tan, a series of silver rings in one ear, and an intricate tattoo that ran down his arm. He was older than Ramsay, perhaps 50 or so, which was both unusual and impressive. Very few pirates lived long enough to think about retiring. What little hair he had left was already a snowy white. Dressed in a plain white tunic and simple knee-length breeches, carelessly barefooted, Shan might almost have been mistaken for a novice deckhand, were it not for the aura of calm that seemed to surround him. He presented a lone oasis of tranquility amid the hustle and bustle of raucous enjoyment, while his fingers worked deftly and ceaselessly on something. Intrigued, Ramsay moved closer and wordlessly took a seat opposite, keen not to disturb the man in the middle of whatever creative whimsy had overtaken him. He watched with interest as toothpicks, carved wood, and scraps of cloth napkin were gradually whittled and tied to complete a tiny model pirate ship. Once the miniature vessel was finished to Shan's satisfaction, he painstakingly tied a loop of string around the replica masts and slid the little boat through the neck of a clear glass bottle. Only then did Shan give the string the lightest tug, hoisting the sails upright, and glance up at Ramsay for the first time. "You're thinking that it's good, but nothing extraordinary," he said conversationally, as if the two men had been chatting effortlessly all evening. Ramsay merely grunted in response. Shan took a jug of water and, tilting the neck ever so slightly, filled the bottle and presented it for inspection. The little curio floated just fine, bobbing from side to side as the bottle was poked and prodded by a succession of inquisitive pirates. But it was the final bit of showmanship that convinced Ramsay. Shan placed another ship in its own bottle alongside the newly fashioned galleon, this one flying the colors of the merchant navy. Next, he pointed out the other string, dangling from his latest creation, and invited Ramsay to grasp it between two of his calloused fingers and tug. Ramsay obliged. With a series of sharp, cracking sounds, the miniature pirate ship let loose a volley from its diminutive cannons, unleashing pellets with such force that they escaped their bottle and pinged their way across the tavern's table and struck the merchant navy ship. Much to Shan's glee, Ramsay let out an audible bark of laughter upon spotting that the stricken navy vessel was already listing, taken down by the barrage of lead shot and sinking slowly toward the bottom of its own fractured container. "Welcome aboard," he said wryly, before going on to introduce himself and explain the nature of the proposed voyage. Shan didn't agree to a fateful journey into the Shroud right away. Rather, he listened intently as Mercia's findings, at least the ones Ramsay was willing to share in such a crowded venue, were laid out before him. He suggested a couple of modifications to the design of the Magpie's wing, too. But finally, he grasped Ramsay's own paw in a wiry hand, clinked tankards, and asked when they'd be leaving. Since then, Shan meticulously rationed the grog and what food they'd been able to squeeze into the hold. He also insisted on diving under the ship while it was moving, so that he could make improvements to her rudder control. And he kept spirits up with the help of a gorgeous concertina. It was his one personal possession, other than the unremarkable clothes he'd been wearing when he boarded. Watching Shan now, as he tended to the roasting fowl, Ramsay felt a surge of gratitude toward Rowena for introducing them, and hoped that he'd have his chance to repay her. Mercia gave a luxurious stretch, tossing the skin of her banana into the water with a loud splash that startled several fish out of their hiding places. Standing, she began to tug at the buckles of the great coat she'd been wearing since the start of the voyage, removing it and spreading its soggy bulk out by the fire to dry. Her boots came next, but it was when she removed her tricorn cap and reached up for the pins that kept her long hair in place that she noticed Rathbone staring at her from across the fire. His face was a battleground, torn between the twin expressions of fury and shock. "Problem?" Mercia asked, mildly, shaking out curled tresses to settle around her shoulders. Her piercing sapphire eyes gleamed as she faced him down. Finally, the others could see her, as Ramsay had come to know her. A fair young woman with pale skin, now framed by waves of blonde hair, whose stern demeanor and slender figure had served her well when seeking a life at sea. "All this time, you're a..." Rathbone's normally cold voice was rising in pitch with every syllable. "Drying out," she replied firmly, peeling heavy woolen socks away. "I've no desire to end up with trenched feet or a peg leg, thanks to a pair of wet boots, and you'd be wise to do the same." "I thought women weren't allowed on pirate ships," Rathbone whined, looking to Shan and Ramsay for confirmation and support, and finding neither. "Quite a lot of men do," Mercia said shortly, sliding a small dagger from her belt and using it to neatly slice a second banana. "In the same way, quite a lot of women think male pirates are a bunch of superstitious, swaggering bores who don't pay nearly enough attention to what's past the end of their noses unless it tastes nice. But out here," the dagger glinted in the firelight as Mercia made a sweeping, dramatic gesture, "it's a fresh start. Medicines, maybe, and monsters, too. The old legends have to come from somewhere, and it'll be waiting for anyone who's brave enough and bold enough to step up and take their share. Superstitions be damned." The blade stabbed downwards, skewering a segment of banana, and Mercia popped it into her mouth with a fierce expression that indicated she considered the matter closed. Rathbone's mouth opened and closed a few times, causing him to resemble a gasping codfish, until he stood up swiftly and stomped away into the dim recesses of the cave. along the path that spiraled to the cliffs overhead. Only now did Ramsay approach the fire, privately glad that Mercia had ended the conversation with her words and not her fists. While he figured she had every right to knock Rathbone flat on his back for blindly parroting the foolishness of his forefathers, it was just the four of them out here. The fewer broken noses, the better. Mercia was staring at her own reflection in the shining blade, but glanced up as Ramsay lowered his bulk to sit beside her. "Think he'll be a problem?" "I doubt it," Ramsay replied, accepting a bowl of hot, greasy meat from Shan. "I've known Rathbone a long time, and he's cunning enough to know a good crewmate when he sees one. He just doesn't like being left out of the loop, that's all." "Did you mean what you said about monsters?" Mercia shrugged. "Maybe. Why?" "That doesn't seem very natural philosophy of you, that's all." She scoffed at that. "I'd be just as bad as Rathbone if I didn't leave an open mind. If we do find a sea monster, the second thing I'm gonna do is learn everything I can about it." "Second?" Ramsay stifled a belch. "What's the first?" "Slash at it with my sword until it stops trying to eat me." Mercia fastidiously oiled her dagger before returning it to its sheath. "So now that we finally made it through the shroud, what's next?" Ramsay sucked the last of the hot fat from his fingers while he considered this. "We can't stay out here forever," he admitted. "Sooner or later we'll need supplies that can't be foraged, and a proper layover at an outpost. Ammunition, maybe, if this place really is as wild as we think. Until then, we see everything we can. Chart and note everything we can. Take everything we can. And bury what we can't. Then we return home to tell our tales and become legends." Mercia pulled a face, but deep down, each of them felt the same flicker of pride. Recounting their adventures, if and when they made it home, would see them plied with drink for days, no doubt. One by one, they shared their wild imaginings of what the next few weeks might have in store, talking through the night until the storm had blown itself out. Shafts of unfettered moonlight danced through the ceiling and glittered on the water down below their camp as they spoke. "When you've all finished daydreaming," Rathbone called out, his voice distant and reedy from high overhead and filtering down into the cave through one of the gaps in the ceiling, "I think you're gonna want to come and take a look outside." Intrigued, the crew rose as one and followed Shan up the winding path he discovered earlier. They moved in single file as they ascended, pushing through damp leaves and leaving footprints in wet soil as they wound their way higher and higher. Rathbone, lantern in hand, was standing atop the island's highest peak, outlined against a speckled night sky that was dominated by a low and yellow moon. "New stars," Rathbone said simply. And he was quite correct. Not one among them could spot familiar constellations or point towards Orion's belt. Even the North Star, brightest of all those distant lights, seemed to have different neighbors. Their compasses, at least, pointed the way as well as ever, but the implication was at once thrilling and disturbing. Wherever their journey had taken them, they could no longer rely on the constellations to guide the Magpie's wing on its voyage. From now on, they'd be sailing under unknown skies. Chapter 2. Larina. Here and now. Not even the jab of an elbow delivered to her ribs by way of some careless reveler lurching past was enough to wake Larina. She was simply too stupefied for the blow to rouse her, though she'd later wonder where she got the bruise. Rather, It was the cascade of foaming drink that spilled down the back of her neck and across her tattooed shoulders that yanked her out of a blissfully dreamless sleep and back to the waking world. As her eyes snapped open, Lorena had just enough time to deliver a lingering, vindictive glare at the pirate who'd splashed her before the first waves of recollection and nausea hit her in tandem. Her cheek, she realized with dismay, was stuck to the surface of the pockmarked bench by whatever puddle she'd collapsed into face first the night before. It smelled like grog. She really hoped it was. Carefully separating her head from the coarse wood that had served as her pillow for the night, Lorena began to run down the familiar mental checklist she used after any particularly heavy bout of celebrating. It had been a celebration. She was sure of that much, even though the details swam at the edges of her memory, like silvery, slippery minnows refusing to be hooked. Arms and legs, all present and correct, which was good. Lorena didn't consider herself the slightest bit vain, but she was particularly fond of the ink on her right forearm, so losing that would be a shame. Her brown leather clothes were likewise intact, if unpleasantly soggy. Still, they'd dry.
What about her purse?
That, she discovered almost immediately, was now little more than a sad tatter of cloth at her side. The lower seam slashed expertly, and its contents doubtlessly drunk or gambled by now. While annoying, this was hardly unexpected, given the disreputable company all around her. All of them pirates, men and women alike, a heady mix of different tongues filling the air as they took in beer for breakfast. Curling her toes, Lorena felt around until she located the reassuring weight of her last gold piece, the one she kept in her left boot for emergencies. It could stay where it was for now, she decided, at least while there was still the chance of a free meal somewhere out there. Bracing herself to stand, she cast a disapproving look around the tavern. That was when she remembered the map. It was stuck to the bench in front of her with a knife she'd borrowed from a passing pirate's belt the night before, though its importance was another detail that had been washed away by the events of the evening. Removing the dagger, she turned the parchment over in her fingertips, eager for any clue that might remind her of why she'd been so intent on keeping it close at hand. It was then she realized there were words on the back, though drink had smudged the writing, and she could only make out 3 words with any certainty. Seek Athena's fortune. Not helpful, Lorena decided. Infuriatingly vague as secret messages went, in fact. Not to mention irrelevant, as all she intended to seek right now was something to fill the grumbling hole in her belly. Crumpling up the map and pitching it expertly into the embers of the large fireplace behind her, she stood at last, stretching her arms above her head to excise the knots from her back as she yawned loudly. A smaller woman, lingering in the doorway, wisely made way as she approached, for Lorena was an imposing figure, even when she didn't mean to be. Tall and wiry, with olive skin and chestnut hair set into a tight ponytail, Lorena moved with the continual tension of a coiled spring. She had long ago learned to make good use of her height and ferocity when dealing with those around her, and if that wasn't enough, well, the spring could be made to uncoil with a swiftness that few pirates forgot in a hurry. Striding into the sunlight, Lorena basked in the salty air for a moment before her head moved in a slow arc, drinking in the unfamiliar surroundings. There was patchy grass the color of fresh limes beneath the soles of her boots, though it gave way to a spider web of dirt paths that ran between ramshackle buildings, the tavern, a few storage sheds, and what seemed to be small shops that Lorena decided she'd investigate later. The largest pathway zigzagged down the hill, toward a network of wooden boards that extended out into the water on stout poles. These boardwalks comprised a busy dock that bustled with crews and traders, shipwrights and swabbies, rubbing shoulders as they went about their business. A clucking chicken pecked hopefully around her as she stood watching two burly pirates. They staggered down a sun-bleached staircase and off toward the dock, arm in arm, still singing. She shook her head, bemused. It was almost funny how closely this place resembled old tales about the Sea of... That was why she'd been celebrating. She'd made it to the Sea of Thieves. Realizing she was grinning like an idiot, Lorena took a deep breath and outwardly composed herself, though her heart was still pounding. Every pirate capable of weighing anchor had heard about the Sea of Thieves, but few were bold enough to consider the crossing, let alone actually attempt it. But she'd made it through, against all odds. Even better, her traveling companions had never suspected a thing. She sniffed once, then twice. A tantalizing aroma had wrapped itself around her as she stood in thought, and now her nose temporarily took control of her legs so that it could lead her to the source. It was the unmistakable scent of bacon, and it was coming from the private quarters at the rear of the tavern, suggesting the bacon currently belonged to somebody. But that wouldn't be a problem for long. Poking her head into the tiny kitchen, Lorena spotted the tavern's barkeeper, a whiskered, red-nosed mountain of a man. His name was lost in the haze of last night's carousing, but that didn't matter. What did matter was the contents of his frying pan, which was sizzling plump sausages and fatty rashers of pork. He whistled cheerily as he worked on the beguiling breakfast, and it was only as he turned to dispose of two large eggshells that he spotted Lorena's shadow cast across the floor, and bade her hello by way of a hearty wink. "Well, no, I'm glad to see you're awake. Your snoring was disturbing the spiders." "I don't..." Lorena began hotly, and then remembered the bacon. That is, I don't suppose food comes included at your very fine establishment?" "Bed and breakfast, aye. For them's that remembers to pay for a bed," the barkeeper replied agreeably. Lorena opened her mouth to protest this inequitable treatment, but her stomach got there first, emitting a protesting growl that echoed embarrassingly around the room, and drew a hearty chuckle from the ruddy-cheeked man. "We've got some eggs that needs eating up today, though, and only empty rooms upstairs." He paused and looked Lorena up and down, curiosity twinkling in his eyes as he assessed her. "It's rare to find a new arrival who doesn't have a crew to call her own. You've got to be very brave or lucky to make it here by yourself." Lorena arched an eyebrow. Was this a negotiation? "That's a long and very interesting tale," she replied cautiously, inviting herself fully into the kitchen to take a seat upon a slightly wobbly stool. "The sort that would amuse your customers for months, I'm sure. Unfortunately, I'm so hungry, I'll probably keel over halfway through telling it." The barkeeper scratched his bristled cheek for a moment, then nodded. "Fair is fair. A good meal in exchange for a good story." He bustled through the cupboards momentarily until he located a second plate, chipped and rather faded, and while Lorena's eyes roved eagerly over the contents of the sizzling pan, she began to weave her tale for the barkeep. Her first memory was the sting of a smacked bottom after she returned from the woods that wrapped around her hometown like a highwayman's cloak. The forest was a dark, tangled, stinging, bramble-filled labyrinth that her mother had repeatedly forbidden her to enter. Naturally, this made it the most enticing place in the world. As she'd grown older, the thrills she felt from stepping into the unknown had only become stronger. If there was a beaten path, Larina would stray from it. When she was presented with a map, she'd immediately head for the edge, because there was nothing more boring than following someone else's footsteps. How would anything new get done if everyone was just walking in circles? It was a life of fierce independence, and it had taught Larina many things. How to wield a homemade bow, firstly, then later a rusty sword that she spotted while diving for crabs one day. She learned how to fasten a splint, how to sleep in a tree, which mushrooms were safe to eat, and how to run very quickly away from wild boar tracks when she saw them. She signed on as a deckhand because she'd finally exhausted every nook and cranny of the island she called home. Not that it felt like much of a home anymore, with Mum in the ground and Dad in the tavern more often than not. She worked hard and listened even harder, and soon she knew as much as anyone about a life at sea. She could furl a sail, swing from a rope, and use a pistol when necessary. She scrimped and saved to buy a tiny sloop of her own, because while she understood the usefulness of a crew, she quickly tired of sailing only where the captain's orders dictated they go. Traveling from port to port was fine while you're learning the basics, but there were no adventures to be had at those sorts of places, save for the occasional giggling rendezvous. These were almost always followed by flight ahead of the morning sun. Fun enough, but never a reason to stay. Despite her misdemeanors, Larina had never given much thought to piracy, but she'd been branded one just the same. A brief exploration into some caves she presumed were unoccupied had brought her into the heart of a smuggling operation, being conducted by the local governor, who wasted no time in bringing her likeness to the attention of the authorities. At first she fought to clear her name, but then she remembered an old saying of her father's: "It was better to be hung as a wolf than as a lamb." From that day onward, Larina embraced the epithet of pirate. She would indulge herself in acts of larceny and vandalism from time to time, particularly if she spotted one of the governor's ships on the horizon. His goods always fetched a pretty penny. This had all been fine for a while, but little by little, the world was getting smaller. It was more crowded too. Once untamed islands were becoming homesteads, safe havens were hard to come by, and many proud pirates had given up their galleons for a life on land. The Navy was everywhere, pitiless in pursuit of people who just wanted to peek and prod underneath what few stones remained unturned. Larina had been clambering across the rocky shoreline of a deserted cove when she'd spotted the bottle gleaming in the sunlight. To her amusement, there was an actual message inside, and she spent the afternoon carefully extracting the cork. To simply smash her way inside had seemed wrong somehow, though she couldn't fathom why. Thanks to the map that had been safely sealed away through the bottle's long journey, she read the term Sea of Thieves for the first time and grew determined to learn what it might mean. They, Larina told the barkeeper, meant the grizzled old salt she'd been drinking under the table in some game or other, said there was no law on those strange seas. They spoke of lost civilization sprawled across the bottom of the sea, of ancient cave drawings pointing the way to hidden treasures that could transform a person, body and soul. Above all, they spoke of entire regions that barely had a name, let alone charts that pinned everything down and drained the life out of the world. For Larina, the Sea of Thieves represented a solution to her wanderlust, and yet it might as well have been 1,000,000 miles away. As she was a lone wolf, more concerned with exploration than extortion, her name and face were relatively unknown, her talents unproven. She would be captain to nobody, bar a crew of novices, the sort whose inexperience would see them sunk before they were 2 days out of harbor. In desperation, she'd taken to roaming every port in search of an open position on a ship that might be heading for the Sea of Thieves. But despite the map in her hand, many captains called her a gullible fool for believing such a place might even exist, and all denied her passage. Finally, having eavesdropped on a pair of pirates whose tongues had been loosened all too easily by the contents of their glasses, Larina followed them back to their vessel and accosted its captain, a squat merchant dripping with rings and gemstones, who'd used his considerable influence to secure a map that matched Larina's own. He stoutly refused her a position on his crew, and while he grudgingly offered a position as a passenger, the price, even if she traded away her trusty sloop, was far beyond what she could afford. Frustrated and unwanted, she stormed out of the captain's cabin and was almost to the gangplank when she spotted a stack of barrels being lowered, one by one, into the hold. It was the work of a moment to tip several hundred pickled onions into the water below, though she began to regret her choice of hiding place the minute she'd sealed the lid back over her head. The smell was almost overwhelming. After 10 minutes of waiting on the dock, crouched in a vinegar-soaked cask with her eyes and lungs stinging, she was about ready to give up. Suddenly, Larina found herself slung over a brawny deckhand's shoulder and thrown down unceremoniously atop a cargo pile, left to bounce around in the pitch-black mustiness, at which point a bad smell became the least of her problems, as she now had to keep herself hidden for the duration of the voyage. The barkeeper laughed so heartily at this part that he began to choke on his bacon, and Larina had to thump him on the back until he calmed down. Only when she felt the gentle bobbing of the port's waters give way to the rougher waves of the open sea did Larina dare to explode from her barrel, gasping into the comparative bliss of the ship's damp lower decks. She spent the next 3 days lurking out of sight, behind a dwindling cargo pile, barely daring to sleep, and holding her breath whenever the crew approached to take more rations upstairs, desperate not to make so much as a squeak. She dared to sneak morsels of food and drink only when the ship's crew was eating, so that their commotion covered hers. On one particularly windy night, she came within seconds of being discovered as a pair of ham-sized hands reached for the crate she was crouching inside. Luckily, the ship struck a sandbar with a particularly violent lurch that sent everyone stumbling and slid the box clean across the room, giving her a chance to scramble to safety in the confusion. Another evening, she was pinned, furious and immobile, beneath a pile of sacks and a stupefied sailor who'd unwittingly passed out on top of her hiding place. The indignities continued to pile up, one after another, and Larina had increasingly frequent daydreams about storming up above deck and simply seizing the vessel single-handedly. Finally, there was a raucous cheer from overhead, and she guessed that the ship had made it through to the Sea of Thieves. To her surprise and delight, she felt the ship weigh anchor shortly after, with an unmistakable clatter, then heard the crew disembarking, chattering excitedly about the next leg of their journey as they ambled off to drink themselves into oblivion. Sore and exhausted, Larina finally clambered into the sunlight. She washed her face and hair in a basin she spotted in the captain's cabin, finally shedding the smell of onions, and briefly considered making off with the galleon. It would have been the sweetest revenge to do so, but deep down she knew that she was in no condition to sail a ship alone, particularly not one this size. Besides, she was incredibly thirsty. Leaving the vessel alone, she swaggered into the same tavern as her unwitting shipmates, smirked as the squat merchant did a double take that resolved itself into a suspicious glare, and ordered what would be the first of many drinks. She raised a glass, silently toasting her newfound freedom, and another, until the moon was high in the sky. By then the air was full of song, but Larina did not hear it, for she was asleep before her head even struck the bench.
A tale worth every last rasher, as I'm any judge of them, said the barkeeper warmly, as Larina finished her tale. Truth be told, I've seen a few young whippersnappers like yourself turn up with a mysterious map in their hand, but you're the first I've ever heard of who made it as a stowaway. And no, he added, chuckling, as Larina opened her mouth to interrupt, I've no idea who wrote the note, but I'd like to thank them one of these days. They keep sending me customers. Larina left her mouth open long enough to give a satisfied burp, then placed both her palms on the table as if to stand. And what do these customers of yours do once they've sobered up? She challenged. This is a nice place to drink, but I don't want to be marooned here. Cheeks flushed with the heat of a large breakfast, the barkeeper lumbered to his feet and began to clear away the crockery. Crewing up, mostly, he said after a moment's thought. At least that's what they likes to call it. Finding people to sail with. Paying a visit to the shipwright for a vessel if they've got the gold. He tipped soapy water over the plates and began to scrub. And you? Where might you be headed next? Oh, wherever the wind carries me, Larina said airily. Somewhere fresh. Truth be told, the question made her slightly uncomfortable, for her thoughts kept drifting back to the gold she didn't have. It had been a hearty breakfast, but she was well aware that her purse still needed filling as badly as her stomach had. Having bidden the barkeeper farewell, Larina took a brisk walk around the island, though it yielded nothing of interest beyond the outpost, which was apparently named Sanctuary Outpost. Nothing, at least, until she spotted some laden banana plants high overhead, their fruit already beginning to drop and burst on the rocks below. Staring first at the splattered mess, and then at all the detritus the sea had washed up on the shore, Larina saw the beginnings of a scheme. If she was successful, she hoped she'd make some coin and orchestrate an encounter with a crew willing to take her out on an adventure. Having gathered as many intact bananas as she could find, she selected the battered remains of a small rowboat that seemed to suit her purposes and began to dig it out of the sand, freeing it from the seaweed and other rubbish that had half buried it over the years. Dragging its husk back across the beach to a carefully scouted location at the dock was no mean feat, and while the other stall holders looked on intently, they made no attempt to assist her. By the time the rowboat was in place, upended to stand proudly on the sands, Larina was rasping her tongue across dry lips, beads of sweat tumbling and getting in her eyes. Visions of grog swam through her mind, and she gazed longingly back up at the distant tavern. But she had a plan to complete. Next, she placed the bananas in what she hoped was an eye-catching arrangement. Though she'd be the first to admit she had no eye for aesthetics, and settled back to choose her first target. So it was that an elderly mariner who wanted nothing more than to limp his way up the hill for a grog or two found his path blocked by an imposing figure who thrust a piece of fruit under his nose and demanded, "Buy these bananas," with the tone of one committing a highway robbery. The mariner moved to protest, but Larina scowled at him so fiercely that he soon found himself sat morosely outside the tavern, feeling altogether fuller, more sober, and less wealthy than he would have liked. In the distance, he could see Larina hoisting her wares on yet more unsuspecting arrivals. While the coins felt welcome jingling in her pocket, Larina was less interested in a career as a grocer than in using her prime vantage point to keep watch for suitable crews. Had she been back home, she might well have approached each docked vessel one by one and attempted to talk her way aboard. She was all too aware, however, that despite their crumpled clothing and blemished faces, these were pirates who sailed the Sea of Thieves on a daily basis and had experience she lacked.
She had to be careful not to bite off more than she could chew, even if that was normally part of the fun.
Instead, Lorena elected to bide her time, gauging the personalities and the proficiencies of the pirates that surrounded her, and making coin wherever she could.
Sure enough, her patience was finally rewarded. She heard the two men before she saw them, their banter carrying down the hillside at a volume that meant she'd be hard-pressed to ignore them. Lorena was quiet by nature, preferring to let her actions speak for her, and the vivaciousness and volume of their quarrel nearly made her think twice about approaching them.
Ned, my friend, you know I speak only with the utmost respect and concern for your reputation. So I know that you will forgive me when I tell you again that this fool's errand will see us all drowned. You think we'll get our fair share from the gold hoarders? Ha! I say to you, ha!
One man scoffed.
It's good voyage, Faisal.
The other responded.
It's better than yours, anyway. Cargo runs always make the ship stink of pigs. And I'm the one who always has to slop out afterwards. You're just scared. We all have our talents, you know. Mine happens to be picking the jobs that will keep us all in one very wealthy peace. Your talents, on the other hand, are most certainly as varied as they are numerous. One day we may even discover what they are.
The bickering duo stepped onto the boardwalk as they rounded the corner, providing Lorena with her first chance at a proper inspection. While they were obviously close friends, the two could hardly have been more mismatched. The one who appeared to be winning the verbal fencing match, presumably Faisal, was short and shaped like an egg. He possessed a great belly protruding over his belt that shook when he laughed, which was often. Most of his face was obscured by a curly beard that ran up the entire length of his face and framed twinkling, mischievous eyes. He might have been 5 years older than Lorena, or perhaps 15. The sort of man for whom grey hair and wrinkles will never have meaning. And he was dressed smartly, in long trousers and an emerald shirt that struggled to contain him. The other, who had to be Ned, was a lumbering, craggy cliff of a man whom Lorena immediately decided was not to be pressured into buying fruit against his will, for he stood 2 full heads taller than she. He looked young, and his skin was fair, though he was already sweating in the heat of the day. He was, Lorena was forced to notice, completely hairless, save for his eyebrows, which were so blonde as to be almost invisible. He wore no shirt, possibly because no tailor had sufficient stamina to sew something in his size, or perhaps just so he could appear even more terrifying. The drawn blade in his right hand only added to his intimidating countenance. And Lorena took a deep breath before stepping out in front of them, making sure to keep out of swiping distance. "Gentlemen," she said, trying desperately to remember how to be personable after a day in the hot sun. "You appear to be at an impasse, but I can offer you a simple solution." Faisal's patter silenced immediately as Lorena addressed them, dark eyes gleaming as he slowly, nonchalantly laid one hand on the hilt of his sword.
I'd accuse you of eavesdropping, but I suppose we were hardly inconspicuous, he replied mildly. And it would be ungracious of me to ignore free advice, even if we should choose not to follow it.
"Good," Lorena said flatly. "Show me both of these voyages you're considering, and I'll decide which one we should sail on." She glanced at Ned, who seemed content to let Faisal handle proceedings, and arched an eyebrow expectantly. A flicker of recognition passed across Faisal's face, as if he knew the game he was being invited to play.
But stranger, there is no impasse, you see, for we are a crew of 3. When the time comes to choose our next voyage, our captain shall break any deadlock. Your services are simply not required, I am sorry to say. They're short-handed, Lorena thought to herself.
That could be a good thing, if I play my card right. She adopted a supercilious air and sniffed. You choose to sail as a crew of merely 3, and you tell me I'm not needed? You should be sat with the rest of my wares. It took only a second before Faisal got the joke and grinned.
Aha! Because we must be bananas, yes? Ha ha! Yeah, very good. I think I like you. But even so...
There was a low rumble, and Ned said thoughtfully,
We're not supposed to be 3, though. Always had a crew of 4. Only we had to leave Kyrie behind.
Lorena felt her lip curl, and she did not like the sound of that. You left her behind? Why?
We couldn't get the shog up the ladder.
Lorena glared up at him, but Ned's face was impassive, and it was impossible to read any trace of insincerity in his expression. It was like trying to outbluff a rock.
Kyrie, Faisal mused. Most regrettable indeed. And I suppose, now that you put me to it, we are somewhat underhanded. In more ways than one.
He studied the bananas for a moment.
You're quite sure you're a good pirate? A strong pirate? You can handle yourself in a fight?
If you want me to prove it, Lorena offered, I could throw you into the sea. Ned twitched, but Faisal laid a placating hand on his arm. Breaking into a warm laugh, Lorena couldn't help but find endearing.
I think I must tell our captain all about you. If she agrees, we will be back for you and your bananas. In the meantime, you will need a weapon, and I am certain our friend Wilbur will have something within your means.
Faisal's proclamation was accompanied by a grand gesture toward one of the larger buildings farther up the hill, where a faded sign depicting 2 crossed pistols was just about visible.
Shall we say an hour then?
Lorena nodded her assent and watched them stroll away along the dock before turning back to her makeshift stall. Whoever this Wilbur was, she hoped he didn't mind taking payment in fruit. It was then she noticed there was something sticking out of the rowboat's hull. Something that she was sure hadn't been there before. It was a knife, the blade of which had been stabbed through the molded planks halfway up to its hilt. When she moved to pull it out, irritably, she saw the note it was pinning in place. Seek Athena's fortune, Lorena. I mean it. Lorena's hand flew to her sword until she remembered she didn't have one, and a low growl of frustration escaped her throat as she forced herself not to tear off in search of the culprit. Whoever was following her was clearly angling to end their days as an oversized pincushion, but she wasn't about to let some cowardly prankster ruin her chances of joining a halfway competent crew. Gathering up the last of her bananas, she squared her shoulders and began to travel the long and winding path back to the outpost. Behind her, several scraps of viciously shredded paper were picked up by the wind and began their long journey out to sea. Behind her, several scraps.
Chapter 3. Ramsey.
The magpie's wings sailed low in the water, her innards glittering with the spoils of a month beyond the shroud. She ploughed across the ocean at a merry pace, with echoes of a concertina tune and raucous atonal attempts at song dancing upon the waves. What a month, Ramsey thought, tapping his foot in time, as Shan dredged up another shanty from the depths of his memory.
We've lived like lords.
He glanced down at his fingers, which were laden with 3 new gemstones set in fine silver rings, and chuckled contentedly. As Ramsey had always suspected, the sea they'd been sailing was utterly devoid of human civilization. An unclaimed paradise, without as much as a campfire on the horizon. Well, currently unclaimed, he corrected himself. Exploration of certain islands had revealed crude paintings and sigils dotted here and there, barely more complex than a child's scrawl, and clearly ancient in their origins. Mercia had explained how similar relics had been found back home, and were not always simple cave paintings of hunts and beasts, but ways of expressing complicated ideas and even stories. A long-dead people, then, but not as primitive as their art, if art was what it was, might suggest. By venturing into the caves and ruins where the drawings were at their most numerous, the crew soon learned that whoever the area's original inhabitants were, they shared a love of precious metal that rivaled that of any pirate. More surprisingly, some among them had shaped the gold into fineries whose quality far exceeded most anything Ramsay had plundered back in his homeland. Bracelets, anklets, staves, and scepters were further adorned with emeralds, rubies, and a few kinds of precious ore even Mercia couldn't identify right away. There were coins, too, although Ramsay was rather less interested in these until Shan had pointed out that they were, by and large, made from solid gold. It all seemed too good to be true, though their voyage through these untamed waters was not without its share of risks. It was rare that they went ashore without laying eyes on some predator or other lurking in the undergrowth. And on one occasion, Rathbone attempted to tug a vine aside, only to find it tugging back. Only splashes of scalding water from the campfire's cooking pot was enough to convince the snake to uncoil from the man's arm, fortunately before it had chosen to clamp its sizable fangs down and deliver a fatal dose of venom. Other animals, not used to being wary of humans, made a nuisance of themselves by trampling campfires and generally getting underfoot. Shan returned to the ship one evening to find a pair of plump piglets helping themselves to a pile of fruit he'd spent all morning gathering. The beasts charged at him when he shouted, bowling him over as they disembarked, squealing and slopping all the way down the gangplank and off toward the jungle. They spotted a few telltale fins in the water as they sailed, too, and so Ramsay sternly forbade anyone to venture into the sea alone, not even to bathe. Back home, he might have risked tussling with a shark if it meant retrieving the loot from some sunken wreck, but these were strange and fearless creatures that not even a pistol could deter. Better to keep their feet dry. Still, they persevered despite these dangers, and a glittering cargo was a testament to their success. Even more spoils now lay buried in boxes and casks, left beneath some of the more distinctive paintings and carvings they had found along the way. Mercia stored cryptic notes in the ship's journal, so that it could be easily found again in the future. Next time, Ramsay mused. He couldn't say for sure when that would be, for the last few days had seen the magpie's wing pick her way back through the Devil's Shroud, and now they were on the last leg of their journey home. Independent and experienced a crew they might be, but there were certain supplies that not even Shan could recreate out in the wild. Grog, for example, was in short supply, as was oil for the lanterns. Mercia's compass had shattered when she tumbled from a high ledge, and a spell of bad weather had scraped the ship's hull against jagged rocks that no one spotted. Fixing the leaks used up many of the sturdy wooden planks they needed for repairs, and so they'd all reluctantly agreed it was time to head back to familiar territory. Standing at the helm with his face concealed by a collar to keep out the early morning chill, Ramsay permitted himself a yawn. He'd insisted someone take a turn in the crow's nest once they'd emerged from the shroud, and he himself had stayed awake and wary throughout their voyage. The prospect of losing any of their haul to rival pirates, let alone any of the local mercenaries who might fancy picking up a bounty or two, made his hands clamp so tightly on the wheel that his knuckles went white. That was why he'd insisted on the detour. Oh, they'd arrive in port with plenty to trade and brag about. But much of what hadn't been buried behind the shroud had now been transferred to Ramsay's private cabin. He remained aboard, staring at the darkened windows of a distant house and furrowing his brow in thought. The others had swiftly and silently followed his directions and stowed the riches away, ready to be shared, once the noise and excitement surrounding their return had died down. Ramsay considered this arrangement proof of how the crew had bonded. Pirates who didn't trust one another would never have agreed for a shared treasure to linger in the lap of any one person for too long. Mercia, who'd been lingering by the captain's cabin, grunted as Shan's concertina wheezed out the final few notes. "I suppose that's one good thing about heading home," she said dryly. "You'll be able to learn a couple of new tunes, maybe ones you can actually play." Shan snorted. "That's all you're looking forward to, eh? What about a nice hot meal or a tankard of grog that doesn't taste like something drowned in it?" "Did you carnivores not enjoy the captain's snake stew?" Mercia asked sweetly, beginning to pin up her hair with obvious reluctance, until every last strand was tucked away neatly under her hat. "Going home has its downsides, you know. For some of us, at least. All boys together," she added sullenly. "Very rich boys," Ramsay said matter-of-factly, which earned him a scowl, though Mercia accepted his assistance, slipping back into the oversized coat that she dug out of the ship's clothing chest earlier that day. "It's not like we could have stayed out there forever." "You would if you could, though," Mercia replied softly, lowering her voice so that only Ramsay could hear her as she fumbled with the stiff buttons. "I've known you long enough to tell when something's troubling you. You've seemed restless ever since we first decided to head home." "Yes. Well, I'm sure we'll all feel better once we've made it ashore," said Ramsay, without an ounce of conviction in the words. Mercia spoke the truth. It felt like he'd left a part of his soul beyond the Devil's Shroud, buried along with his treasures. "Land ho!" Rathbone cried, quite unnecessarily, for Ramsay's keen eyes had long since fixed upon their destination. He scrambled nimbly down the ladder that led to the crow's nest, dropping the final few feet with a thud. "Can someone explain what's so special about this place? It looks a little shabby for my tastes." "It's not so bad," Shan retorted. "This is where Ramsay and I first met. The traders are canny enough to take your haul in trade without asking too many questions. The food's hardly ever still alive, and we'll be able to repair and replenish the ship." Though he continued to stare impassively at the distant buildings, Ramsay's chest tightened slightly at Shan's words. While it had been his suggestion that they head to the port where Rowena's tavern lay waiting, he couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought of seeing her again after so long, and of the question he'd have to ask, the answer he might hear. To their surprise, another ship sailed forth to meet them as they neared the port, white handkerchiefs waving in the air as the crew signaled its good intentions. Another followed in its wake soon after. The Magpie's wing weighed anchor, flanked on either side by well-wishers, some of whom they recognized, but many of whom were simply curious strangers. It seemed that news of Ramsay's journey into the Devil's Shroud had spread shortly after his departure, and now his return was the talk of the town. From the moment they disembarked, they were surrounded by gawkers, admirers, and skeptics in equal measure, and the crowd only increased in size as more townfolk roused themselves from their beds and came to see what all the fuss was about. The crew members were bombarded with questions wherever they turned, and before long, The dock was bustling with such ferocity that Ramsay knew he'd never be able to unload any of their riches, let alone carry them through town. Not without starting a riot. Enough, he decided, was most definitely enough. Ramsay was a tall man, and even more imposing once he'd climbed atop a sturdy crate. But it wasn't until he fired a single shot from his pistol into the sky that he really got the crowd's attention. He held his other palm outstretched to face the crowd. "My friends," he began. That was probably a fair description of most of the crowd, he decided. It was amazing how kindly disposed you could feel to someone brandishing a gun. "My friends, I know you have questions. Doubtless you have heard plenty of idle gossip since we last sailed out from this port. But we have been a month at sea, and are in need of both rest and repair. That is why tonight I shall be taking supper at my usual drinking den. Those of you who know me are welcome to stop at my table and hear all about our journey." There was a great roar of approval at this, but it subsided quickly as Ramsay continued, a steel edge now present in his voice. "Those of you who know me, of course, can also guess what will happen to you if you continue to dog me throughout the day." There was some laughter at this, but in quite a few cases, it was tinged with nervousness, and before long, most of the onlookers had cleared away. "Nice speech," Shan commented, sagging slightly under the weight of a sack stuffed with gold and trinkets. "Mercy has volunteered to stay and guard the ship for as long as there are valuables aboard." Rathbone cocked his head. "And miss out on the drinking? It's not every day a pirate gets a hero's welcome. But no one's gonna give her a heroine's welcome," Shan replied. "At least we don't have to celebrate in disguise." Ramsay nodded at this, picking up a heavy trunk stuffed with valuables and moving briskly to the first of their engagements, for they had much to do before nightfall. There were still whispers and furtive glances as they made their way through town, but at least their path remained clear as they staggered down cobbled streets and through a rat run of dingy alleyways. At Shan's behest, their first stop was an unassuming little business in the old part of town. "This is it," Shan said, waving a hand at a poky little building, smeared with faded paint and fronted by foggy windows of thick, bubbled glass. "This? It's as humble as a sweet shop and looks as popular as a plague," Ramsay said skeptically. "Just go on," Shan said, gesturing them toward the door. Once inside, Ramsay was astonished to find an immaculate little jeweler's shop run by a fussy, white-haired man whose spyglasses dangled from a chain around his neck. He huffed and puffed at the pirate's boisterous entrance and muddy footprints, but his high and mighty demeanor vanished the instant Ramsay flipped the lid of the chest he'd been carrying. By the time he'd examined a few of the stones by the light of a sputtering candle, the prim little owner was practically their new best friend. The crew traded their spoils for every coin in the jeweler's safe. Ramsay magnanimously agreed to throw in the chest for free, and the three pirates each took a share of the money and went their separate ways, agreeing to meet at the tavern after sundown. Shan's destination was the marketplace, and he stuck his hands in his pockets as he drifted from stall to stall, nodding amiably at a platoon of soldiers as they marched past with expressions set in stone. He would hang back from each merchant for a while, watching carefully to see which cuts of meat or bottles of wine were offered up to the elderly townfolk or to unwitting errand boys, and which were reserved for the stern-faced cooks and canny housemaids who demanded the best for their masters. Only then would he swoop forward and lay claim to the finest quality items, rattling off a list of orders so quickly that the bewildered stallholders never even had a chance to try and swindle him before Shan was halfway down the street. In his wake, he left behind strict instructions to deliver any goods to the Magpie's Wing by sunset, and on the counter, exact change. Rathbone, by contrast, had no need to hunt for bargains. On Ramsay's say-so, he was to seek out the finest weapons and tools the town had to offer, a task that required an imperious air and no small amount of arrogant self-belief. It was a mantle that Rathbone was able to adopt with ease, especially here on land, for his youth had been spent amongst businessmen and bankers cut from a viciously ruthless cloth. Having received the finest education, courtesy of his father's fortune, his was a mind of debts and digits, of knowing precisely how much a person might owe you, not to mention remembering where they lived. A businessman he'd been raised, and a businessman Rathbone surely would have remained, had his lust for wealth not blinded him to his peers' growing dissatisfaction with his work habits. He had begun to snatch deals out from under his rivals' noses, undercutting and cheating powerful people. When the governor's men arrived at his door one fateful morning, carrying a warrant for his arrest and some particularly tight shackles, Rathbone was already halfway across the rear lawn of his sizable estate, an accelerating nightshirt flapping in the breeze. Publicly disgraced, his assets seized, Rathbone soon found himself in the company of smugglers and mercenaries, the kind of criminals he'd previously employed for some of his more underhanded business ventures. For men of a certain background, walking into a thieves' den and asking for work would have been tantamount to suicide. But Rathbone had two advantages that separated him from most of the area's elite. Firstly, he was a large man who had always taken pains to keep himself fit and active. The regular fencing and hunting practice of his youth, likewise, lent themselves to skill with a cutlass and pistol. Secondly, his excellent memory meant that Rathbone knew the details not only of his own business, but of many others as well. He retained an intricate understanding of cargo run schedules and trade routes, knowing where ships loaded with valuables had previously been lost, and where they might soon be lost again. He took no small amount of satisfaction in building his reputation as a pirate at the cost of his rivals' people and profits, waging campaigns that sank their ships, their cargo, and ultimately their livelihood. It was around this time that Rathbone and Ramsay had first been introduced, and while many would have considered them strange bedfellows, they each saw in one another qualities to admire and ambitions to be wary of. When they worked in tandem, however, their unique combination of experience and intellect, instinct and intimidation, proved a formidable force indeed. Before long, they were sailing together as regular accomplices, and Rathbone had long presumed he'd take over Ramsay's ship and its captaincy sooner or later, when the man finally turned sufficient attention to his family and settled down. It was a turn of phrase that made him shudder. As Rathbone made his way around town, curling his lip and sniffing disdainfully, until exasperated shopkeepers surrendered their truly premium wares for his inspection, he found himself wondering what this new turn of events might mean for his long-term prospects. There was no point in inquiring about Ramsay's plans directly. That much was certain. While he was undoubtedly a boisterous and passionate individual, Ramsay kept his private life extremely private indeed, even during conversations with his crew. Even so, Rathbone had gotten the distinct impression that choosing to make the journey through the Shroud had cost Ramsay a great deal of domestic happiness. Could the man really continue to choose a life at sea over home and hearth? And what would happen to Rathbone's prospects if he did? Rathbone couldn't know it, but Ramsay had been asking himself those same questions all day.
even as he'd argued over figureheads and sail trim with the shipwright and made sure the Magpie's wing was fit for its next voyage. Mercia's charts were growing more detailed and precise with every crossing, and he had no doubt that the little vessel would be able to make it back and forth through the shroud as often as necessary. The question was, would he be aboard her? It was a train of thought that took him up the winding hill to the tavern a little sooner than he'd intended, early enough that the stout double doors were still tightly locked. His mind elsewhere, he wandered around through the rear entrance and into the silent bar, without really paying much heed to his actions. He settled back into his favorite chair, which creaked, startling the woman who was sweeping the upper balcony. "We're closed," she said crossly, her voice drifting down from above. "And if the sign and the locked door didn't convince you of that, perhaps my foot up your arse will give you the hint." "I'd hope, since we're such good friends, you'll at least polish your boot first," Ramsay replied dryly. His voice caused a little gasp of recollection, and Rowena took the stairs at speed, bunching up her thick leather apron so that she didn't trip. She threw her arms around Ramsay's bear-like frame as best she could, kissing his forehead fondly before pulling back to look at him. "You've lost weight," she remarked. "That makes 2 miracles. What, you sailing into that damn fog and coming back to tell me all about it?" "There'll be plenty of time for that," Ramsay assured her. "You can expect a crowded house tonight and plenty of merriment. You'll need some extra sawdust for the floor, I shouldn't wonder." Rowena grimaced. "And here I was, thinking you might have dug up a few good manners on that voyage of yours." She stared at him for a moment, her stony blue eyes boring into his, and they locked gazes for a long while before she sighed and patted the sleeve of his coat. "You haven't been home yet, have you?" Ramsay felt his insides drain away, as if Rowena had uncorked him with the same practiced ease with which she decanned a bottle of rum. "I thought I should," he began, uncharacteristically struggling to find the words. "That is to say, given the circumstances." "She's away." The answer hit home with 2 physical slaps in quick succession, the first filling him with a profound remorse, the second some measure of relief. "She's away," he repeated dully. "Where?" She shrugged. "Family, or some such. The little uns too, I shouldn't wonder. Of course, she wasn't to know you'd be coming back." It wasn't delivered as an accusation, just a statement of fact. For Rowena had made it clear long ago that she wasn't interested in marriage, be it hers or anyone else's. Ramsay had always admired that honesty about her, even when it was currently twisting words into him like a knife. He sat and stared blankly at the floor, not knowing how to put an end to the uncomfortable silence. "Well," Rowena said after a moment, "if you really have invited half the town to come and hang on your every word tonight, I'd best get the place in order. You still owe me that present, mind you." With that, she resumed her chores, giving Ramsay some time alone to put his thoughts in order. He sat, brooding, until Rowena finally unlocked the doors, and the first of the pirates spilled in, Shan among their number. By the time she turned round, Ramsay's facade was back in place, and he was once again the avuncular pirate she remembered. True to Ramsay's word, the tavern soon was packed fit to burst with townfolk hanging over the balcony railings and crowding onto benches to hear all about passage through the Devil's Shroud and what lay beyond it. Shan had brought a small sack of the most eye-catching and exotic valuables, including a jeweled horn that he claimed to have tugged from the dusty grip of a long-dead priest. A strange way of explaining that he'd really just stubbed his toe on it in the dark. They told the story about the piglets, and after a few drinks, Rathbone was even persuaded to talk about the snake. But as the candles burned low and the hours passed,
Ramsay refused to be drawn on two subjects: how he'd made the crossing, and how others might do the same. Strong drink and heavy fumes of pipe smoke, coupled with seeing such fortune waved under their noses only to be snatched away, turned many pirates' moods sour at this point. A particularly devious rat of a man, known around town as Stitcher Jim, climbed unsteadily to his feet, roughly pushed his way toward Ramsay's table, with the crimson of his cheeks matched only by his bulbous nose. "Liar!" He meant to shout as a bellow, but it emerged as a belch. "You're a liar, Ramsay, that's what I say. If as much as you say lies behind that bloody fog, then what harm is there in letting us all take our share? I say you just got lucky, found some old wreck or something, and now you're feeding us this... Stitcher Jim's eyes unfocused momentarily. "This? You ain't been nowhere special." Several of the man's friends grumbled in agreement at this, striking their mugs loudly upon the table and obliviously spilling their beer. "Every man has his secrets," Ramsay growled, "and I'll not have you prying into mine. Are you telling us all, here and now, that you've no way to make a living, honest or otherwise, without my help? Perhaps," he added, with his face twisted in a sneer, "you'd like me to wipe your backside too, whelp that you are." Had the tavern not been so overcrowded, the bottle that Jim's crony aimed for Ramsay's head might actually have struck its target. As it was, a luckless deckhand who decided that now was a good moment to stand in search of the privy took the full force of the blow. The deckhand leapt up in one smooth motion, knocking two more pirates into a tangle of flailing limbs and plunging the entire tavern into a drunken brawl. It was a messy, aimless tussle of pent-up aggression and too much grog, and no one made it home that night without extremely soggy clothing and a few bruises. It marked the only time regulars could remember soldiers needing to set foot inside Rowena's establishment to round up the most persistent rabble-rousers, though both Ramsay's crew and the man he'd insulted were long gone by then. It never paid to be rounded up by the town guards, as pirates carted off for a night in the cells rarely made it to trial. So it was that Stitcher Jim and his friends fled the scene and staggered home to the most disreputable part of town, nursing their wounds and clutching at their sore heads. Only Jim was in a state to speak, and he was busy ranting, so distracted that he almost collided with a cloaked figure as it stepped smartly out of a doorway into their path. Jim cursed, stumbled, and would have fallen were it not for the figure who caught his arm in an iron grip. Squirming, Jim made to deliver a threat, but it died on his lips as he caught a peek under the cowl. "You," he spat. "You're one of Ramsay's lot. I ought to cut your tongue clean out." "If you do that," Rathbone replied amiably, apparently oblivious to the other two men closing in behind him, "then I won't be able to tell you where you can find yourself a map, assuming you're still interested in crossing the Devil's Shroud yourselves, that is. I can only offer a copy, but I assure you, I have an excellent eye for detail." Jim eyed the taller man warily and yanked his arm free. He made no move for his sword, however. Not yet, at least. "Why would you help the likes of us, eh? Why betray your captain?" he asked warily. "Because I think he's wrong to hoard the knowledge," Rathbone replied curtly. "The more of us there are out there, the more we can accomplish. Everyone needs to know they've got friends to rely on." He leaned closer. "We could be good friends, Jim." Jim looked uncertain. His eyes almost crossed, but he shook his head.
This is a trick. Revenge for tonight, that's what it is. You're trying to get me to sail straight into that damn fog and sink the lot of us.
If that's what you believe, then copy the map yourself and send someone else through first. Rathbone scoffed. If I were you, I'd make copies anyway. You can sell them to pirates who are actually brave enough to make the trip. Stitcher Jim narrowed his eyes, annoyed at the insult, but if Rathbone was deceiving them, he couldn't work out how or why.
And how much will you ask for this precious map exactly?
Nothing. Rathbone paused, because some part of him still churned at the idea of giving something for free.
Whatever's left in your coin purse will do. But what I really want is your loyalty.
He was so close now, their noses were practically touching. I want to know that the next time we see each other, you'll do as I say. Jim could have refused. Had he been clear-headed, he might have done so, and left Rathbone in a heap for the guards to find. But something about the intensity of the man's gaze was hypnotic. He heard himself say, "Yes," and felt his fingers handing over coin.
Excellent.
Rathbone pulled back sharply, brusquely shoving Jim's companions aside and stepping between them.
You'll find the parchment in a bottle,
he called, striding toward the dock, without so much as glancing back at the bewildered group.
It's in the water barrel outside that dismal tavern. I look forward to our next encounter, friends.
Stitcher Jim watched silently until Rathbone was well out of earshot.
Friends, huh? He's cracked, giving away a map like that,
he said finally. Definitely, the others nodded.
Probably just a bunch of nonsense anyway. Probably doesn't even lead anywhere. Of course not. Although, Jim mused, even if it was a fake, it'd still fetch a pretty penny.
Could be so, could be, the others agreed. One by one, they reached the same conclusion and stood for a moment considering their options. And then, scrambling and shoving at one another in their bid to get there first, each of the pirates ran back toward the tavern as fast as their legs would carry them. Chapter 4. Larina. A weapon within my means, he says. Larina stood outside Wilbur's weapon emporium, with her hands on her hips, and scowled up at what could only charitably be called a building. More accurately, it looked like someone had taken two enormous piles of driftwood, pushed them up against one another, and hung a sign on the resultant mess. Still, even getting her hands on a sharpened stick would be preferable to setting out on the open water unarmed. The shop's door grated against the uneven planks of the bare wooden floor as she entered, and Larina had to apply the sole of her boot and force it backward before there was enough space for her to squeeze inside the little hut. Much as she'd expected, the place was as much of a shambles inside as out, with piles of rusting firearms half disassembled and then abandoned. A selection of notched cutlasses hung haphazardly from an old hat stand, and a barrel had been stuffed full of what appeared to be cannon fuses, all different lengths and tangled together in a knot that might take lifetimes to unravel. Wilbur, or at least who she presumed to be Wilbur, was a rotund, middle-aged man with a balding pate and an enormous moustache that drooped far down past his chin. Similarly impressive tufts of hair protruded from his ears. The overall impression was that someone had stuffed a walrus into an apron, and left it in charge of their junk room while they were out. He was pacing back and forth behind the counter, in full theatrical flow, gloved hands gesturing at the various dubious weapons that had somehow earned pride of place as display models. The target of Wilbur's patter was a young pirate with a shaved head and an impressive collection of piercings. Her glassy-eyed expression suggested that she'd been here for some time and might continue to be so, for the dealer's grandiose showmanship showed no signs of dying down. Lorena folded her arms impatiently and leaned against the doorframe to wait her turn, gingerly in case her weight was enough to bring the entire place crashing down around their ears.
On the other hand,
Wilbur was saying,
there will come a time in every pirate's life when the odds are stacked against her and the situation is grim. A moment when she realizes that her beloved pistol, up until that point her constant companion and her most faithful friend, simply lacks the pure punch to deal with the ravening horde she's pitted against. Granted, yes, you're quite correct to say that the humble pistol can accurately pluck the pips from an apple from 50 feet away when in skilled hands. But when your back's against the wall, it's sheer stopping power that you need. Make no mistake about it.
Wilbur reached up and took hold of a beaten and tarnished blunderbuss, placing it on the counter with as much reverence as one might show a family heirloom.
That was the stopping power that saved the life of the notorious brigand known to his friend and enemies alike as Clumsy George. Yes, the very same. When he found himself outmanned and outgunned by a crew of vicious villains with murder in their hearts. Oh yes, old George would have found himself in quite the sore spot had he not had this beautiful piece of craftsmanship clutched behind his back. For like any good blunderbuss should, this fine firearm has the kick of a mule on May Day when you're nice and close.
Here he gave a cheeky wink, as if imparting some great trade secret. If it's such a wonderful weapon, Lorena challenged, why did this Clumsy George get rid of it? She stepped up to the counter as the last of her patience ebbed away. Wilbur merely shrugged and responded,
He tripped and lost it overboard.
Pushing the blunderbuss to one side for a moment, he leaned forward on the counter.
Am I to take it from your unfamiliar countenance and sunny disposition that you're a new arrival to our little pirate paradise?
You are, said Lorena curly. And I have an appointment to keep. Faisal sent me. She added, as an afterthought. Wilbur beamed.
Did he indeed? Well, I must say you found yourself in some delightfully dishonorable company, so that's a good start. Faisal's been a regular customer of mine since I was back at the old place before I went up market.
He patted a nearby beam affectionately, dislodging a couple of woodworms.
I'm sure you're just as eager as our mutual friend here to learn more about the wondrous weaponry you see all around you. Such as this rifle, for instance, which has a long and surprising history in the hands of a...
Just a sword, Lorena interrupted. And I don't need to know its life story, or which way you're supposed to hold it, or that the previous owner was a little old lady who used it once a week to kill sharks. I just need it to be sharp and well-oiled, and for the blade not to fall off in the middle of a fight. Clear?
Ah,
said Wilbur thoughtfully.
One of our deluxe models.
He reached underneath the counter and heaved a dusty crate into what passed for the daylight inside the little shop, wiping it theatrically.
Now, these don't come cheaply, of course.
I have 5 pieces in my purse, Lorena said, refusing to let the blustering swindler take control of the conversation. By the time I walk out of here, they could be your 5 pieces. She wrenched the box around to face her and rifled through its contents, ignoring flashes of golden hilts or finely detailed blades that she almost certainly wouldn't be able to afford. Finally, buried near the bottom of the selection, she found what she was looking for. A simple steel blade with a gentle curve to it and a handle wrapped with cloth to provide a sturdy grip. She swished it once or twice through the air, checking its balance. There were a couple of notches in the blade, but it did do. Wilbur could contain himself no longer.
Ah! He exclaimed. Now, that sword
is worth 5 pieces. Lorena allowed the coins to tumble from her palm one by one onto the counter with a series of satisfying funk noises, tilting her palm so that the final coin went into a spiraling roll before clattering to a halt. Wilbur's eyes followed it all the way. My time here is over. The weapon dealer let out a theatrical sigh, but Lorena could tell by the look in his eyes that the deal was already done.
5 it is, he agreed. And you make sure that you come back and trade it in just as soon as you're ready for the next model up. You hear me?
If your sword doesn't snap and get me killed, I just might, said Lorena, reasonably, sliding the blade carefully into her belt and making for the door without another word. It was nice to be out in the sunlight again, but not as nice, she had to admit, as feeling the weight of a weapon at her side once more. Now it was time to meet her new crew. As Lorena left for the docks, she could still hear Wilbur's booming rhetoric carried on the breeze.
Sometimes, young lady, you meet one of those customers who you simply have to get rid of as quickly as you can, or they'll talk your ear off all day. Now, as to that blunderbuss...
The sun was brushing against the distant horizon by the time Lorena made it to the dock, bathing the handful of ships there in the orange glow of twilight. Deckhands busied themselves about them, like bees around a hive, patching and repairing, loading and unloading supplies, and making ready to set sail by the light of the moon. Darkness could be a pirate's best friend, if the night was kind. Even in a crowd, Ned was easy to spot. Currently, he was hefting one lumpy object in each hand. To begin with, Lorena assumed they were casks or sacks of some kind. It was only as she drew closer that she realized she was looking at 2 struggling figures, a man and a woman. Neither seemed dressed for a life at sea, clad as they were in heavy leather tunics, topped with purple robes made from some expensive fabric. Some sort of uniform, perhaps. Intrigued, she sidled a little closer so that she could hear what was being said. Naturally, Faisal was doing more of the talking, and were it not for the way Ned was manhandling the strangely garbed pair, Lorena might have assumed they were all lifelong friends.
I am in my heart a gentle soul,
he was saying sorrowfully,
with a profound sense of love and respect for all things. For we are all the same deep down, yes? If you prick us, do we not bleed, swear and hit you? That is why it fills me with such sorrow to see my companion here, upset in any way.
At this, Ned tightened his grip, hefting the 2 cloaked figures even farther from the floor.
Since we are so alike, I am sure you both can imagine my despair when Ned tells me that we have intruders aboard our vessel. Our pride and joy, trespassers, interlopers, saboteurs. Had we not happened upon you scuttling around below decks, who knows what terrible fate might have awaited us. Now I find myself at a loss as to what should be done with you. I could have you locked in the brig, I suppose, but it really is only designed for one person.
Yeah, Ned cut in with a gravelly chuckle.
We'd have to squeeze Really hard.
We had a contract!
One of the figures managed to choke out. Ah, this is very true, Faisal agreed. A contract upon which, I admit, we sadly could not deliver. Even as we speak, our good captain is away explaining all of this to your superiors, whom I'm sure are also gentle souls. He paused, moving around to stand disconcertingly behind the two prisoners, and lowered his voice.
But I think perhaps we are not so trusting, yes? You suspect that maybe we did indeed acquire what you sent us to find, and assuming that we were planning to hold it for ransom, or perhaps make use of it ourselves in some way, you crept aboard our fine vessel to take it for yourselves. Ah, my heart is heavy again. You would rob us of the very clothes off our backs.
Faisal rocked back and forth for a moment on his heels, frowning. Then his face split into a delighted grin.
Then we must deliver payment in kind, I think. Ned, if you would be so kind as to bring our guests aboard for a moment,
Faisal said with a sweeping gesture. Lorena watched curiously as the two flailing captives were hauled effortlessly aboard and taken into the captain's cabin. She wasn't entirely sure how much of what Faisal had said was true, but she was eager to see how the intruders were about to be dealt with. These were people she might well need to entrust her life to one day, after all. How ruthless would they prove to be? Her curiosity was sated a moment later, when the same two figures, momentarily unrecognizable as they were now clad only in their undergarments, were ejected from the back of the ship and fell, bellowing into the muddy waters of the docks. They surfaced a moment later, red-faced and spluttering, and a chorus of jeers and jokes from bystanders on the dock floated after them as they sprinted shamefacedly out of sight. When she'd finished chuckling, Lorena left her hiding place and approached the ship, noting the figure of a short-haired woman holding two crossed pistols. It would be wiser not to mention that she'd borne witness to the dispute just now, she decided, and she prepared to board and knock upon the door of the captain's cabin as if she'd just arrived. She'd barely made it to the base of the gangplank, however, before Faisal and Ned re-emerged. They didn't wave or shout, but merely waited solemnly by the railings in what she could only assume was an invitation to join them.
I see you have found yourself a sword,
Faisal said mildly, as Lorena's booted feet struck the deck.
And now I think it must be time for formal introductions. I am Faisal, and this is my fellow crewman, Little Ned.
Lorena, said Lorena. She paused. Little Ned?
I'm the younger brother,
Ned said helpfully.
And this is our ship, the Unforgiven, Faisal continued. Or to be more precise, she is the ship of the illustrious Captain Adelaide, who unfortunately continues to be occupied with ship's business on the mainland. Perhaps we can offer you a tour while we wait for her return.
Lorena briefly considered declining.
What, did they think she'd never set foot aboard a ship before?
She was admittedly curious to poke around, though, if only to make sure that the little vessel was seaworthy. Nodding curtly, she followed after the pair. The topmost deck seemed ship-shape enough, she decided, after a cursory inspection. The ropes and rigging for the ship's 7 sails, split across 3 masts and currently furled since the ship was docked, were taut and well tied, while the heavy capstan responsible for raising and lowering the ship's anchor turned well enough at her touch. There were 8 stout cannons, primed and ready, 4 to port and 4 to starboard. The Unforgiven may have been small compared to the ships back home, but she was no less able to defend herself. Lorena didn't bother with the long climb up to the crow's nest that crowned the highest mast, but she did spend some time standing at the ship's wheel, getting a feel for the vessel beneath her as it bobbed lazily. To their credit, Faisal and Ned both seemed to understand this behavior and stood patiently by until she was ready to move on. A look inside the captain's cabin wasn't offered, nor did Larina request one. A certain element of privacy was expected, even when sailing in cramped quarters, and she wasn't part of the crew. Not yet, anyway. Besides, there was plenty to see elsewhere on the ship, most notably the map table, which was dominated by a large and complicated chart. Larina attempted to drink in as much of this as she could, without making it too obvious that this was her first time studying the geography of the Sea of Thieves. She was privately delighted to see that many island chains were depicted as little more than crude notes and sketches, aching to be explored. There was a tiny kitchen area near the table, with a few half-emptied pots and bottles on display, though Larina noticed a thin layer of dust atop it all, and suspected that hot meals aboard the ship would be few and far between. No matter, for she was no cook, and could get by on ship's biscuits or dried fruit for as long as required. There were hammocks here too, strung haphazardly between the beams that comprised the skeleton of the ship. To Larina, who'd spent 3 nights as a stowaway and a 4th slumped over a table, they looked like the most comfortable things in the world. The lowest deck seemed to be used mostly for storage, and was therefore the least interesting as far as Larina was concerned. There was a poky little brig down there too, just as Faisal had said, though it was scarcely more than an iron cage with a very sturdy lock on its door. A few stains on the floor around the bars suggested that animals had been its only occupants of late, and that they had been particularly nervous ones. All in all, she had to admit, it was a perfectly serviceable ship, if hardly the finest at the port. Ned seemed like the sort of man she could get along with just fine, and she could see herself tolerating Faisal's eccentricities on a voyage or two. The lingering question, of course, was whether or not she approved of this Adelaide woman, and she grudgingly supposed whether Adelaide approved of her. She returned to the top deck to find Ned standing peaceably at the railing, watching the docks.
"That's the captain,"
he remarked, pointing one stubby finger out toward the distant buildings, and for a moment, Larina assumed he was referring to a middle-aged woman hauling a sack of potatoes toward a tiny sloop. As she stared in disbelief, a more distant movement caught her eye. A figure, barely more than a silhouette in the dying light, was pelting over the rooftops, using beams and balconies as temporary footholds, with an almost balletic grace. Her path was erratic, but she was certainly making her way toward the unforgiven. As the woman drew closer, Larina could see yet more figures, clearly pirates, judging by their outfits, and even more clearly, desperate to catch up to their quarry. They were skittering through the streets and shouting to one another in confusion, though none possessed the dexterity to leap across the rooftops and follow her directly. They did possess pistols, though, and Larina could see flashes as the pursuers took pot shots at their target, sending bystanders skittering for cover. Alarmed, she turned to Faisal, who now flanked her at the railings. "Should we help her?"
"And spoil all her fun?"
Faisal grinned.
"Our captain likes to show off from time to time."
Larina could spot the showmanship to Adelaide's actions, now that she was looking for it. She slashed the ropes of a heavy canopy as she passed, so that it collapsed onto 2 of the disorientated assailants, leaving them struggling under its weight. A third found a bucket slammed forcibly over her head as she rounded a corner, and then received a dizzying smack with the flat of a blade. That left 3, and Adelaide was on the ground now, sprinting full pelt along the dock toward the unforgiven. She made it up the gangplank in 3 huge bounds, pushed past Larina without so much as a second glance and grasped one of the starboard cannons with both her gloved hands. She wrenched it around so that its barrel was now aimed squarely at the dock, on which the pursuing trio, who had until that moment been racing toward the Unforgiven, were now frozen like something small and furry in the grip of a cobra's stare. One began, but if there was more to that sentence, Larina never got to hear it. The cannon in Adelaide's grip let out a vengeful roar that mirrored her own snarl of triumph, sending a speeding, soaring lump of iron right into the heart of the petrified pirate gang. The cannonball tore effortlessly through the gnarled planks of the jetty, reducing them to a shower of shards and splinters, and flinging everyone atop them, this way and that. By the time the smoke and dust had settled, the trio had beaten a hasty retreat, scrambling back up the sand and out of sight, in case there was more gunfire to come. "Bunch of idiots," Adelaide commented, rubbing her hands together. "Tried to stage an ambush on my way back, all because they're still sore about what happened to Barnacle Cay. Who's this?" She was addressing Faisal, so Larina fought down the urge to step forward and introduce herself. "This is Larina, a woman with excellent taste in both bananas and traveling companions," Faisal informed her. "She would like to join our crew." "Just Larina, is it?" Adelaide turned to look at her properly for the first time, and the two women began to study one another. Dark-skinned and dark-haired, with eyes that flashed when she spoke, the ship's captain cut a striking figure, though it was, if you looked carefully, mostly due to her outfit. The flared jacket, a wide-brimmed hat trimmed with an oversized feather, baggy pantaloons tucked into well-heeled boots. Larina had seen plenty of pirate outfits in her time, but this was a costume being worn by a woman barely older and significantly shorter than Larina herself. A woman who just blew up a jetty out of spite, Larina reminded herself. "Well," said Adelaide at last, "I, as I'm sure you know by now, am Adelaide. But I have never heard of you. Why might that be? Reputation is extremely important around here, you know." "You certainly seem to have acquired one," Larina remarked, glancing down at the shattered remains of the boardwalk. "I wonder if that always works in your favor." Adelaide glared at her for a moment, and then nudged Faisal angrily in the ribs. "What did you tell her?" Faisal looked genuinely hurt, as much by the remark as by the elbow. "Not a thing," he protested. "I think it is fairly obvious to anyone that our stay at this outpost has been not altogether tranquil, and without Kyrie at our side, we are running rapidly out of friends." "You're right," Larina cut in. "You don't know me. I understand that I'm a nobody out here. That's the point of this place, isn't it? A fresh start. Somewhere you're free to make what you want of yourself." She folded her arms. "I'm not some swabby. I know how to sail a ship, wield a sword, and raise a glass. I can look after myself, and I can look out for others, but I don't expect you to take that on trust. What I do expect is a chance to prove myself." Adelaide twirled a lock of her hair around her finger, musing on Larina's words. "You made it this far, so you must be a halfway decent pirate or a very lucky one," she declared. Larina felt her fingers twitch and resisted the urge to make a fist. Already she was wondering how much more of the Unforgiven's precocious captain she'd be able to stomach. "And as you say, her face is not known around here," Faisal added, "which may prove to be of some use to us tonight, yes?" Adelaide smiled at that. "Why not? We'll be no worse off, whatever happens. You see, Larina, we recently were forced to back out of a contract with a particular group of people here in town. I don't like to lose.
And I certainly don't like having to explain myself to a bunch of jumped-up, half-witted, snuff-smoking... Adelaide cut herself off and closed her eyes for a moment before continuing in a far calmer tone. Which is to say, we find ourselves interested in a new opportunity they have to offer. Unfortunately, we appear to be somewhat blacklisted for the present. Can't even show our faces without them making a fuss. But yours is a face that no one's seen before either. So, you want me to go in your place and get this contract? Lorena looked deeply unconvinced by this. This sounds too much like employment for my liking. Her lip curled in distaste as she spat out the word. Who exactly are they, and why are you willing to do their dirty work? Oh, my dear Lorena, you really must be new around here, Adelaide chuckled. Let's retire to my cabin, and I'll tell you all about the Order of Souls. Chapter 5. Ramsay. The day was bright but blustery, with a strong westerly wind that both billowed the sails and turned the sea wild and unpredictable, tossing anyone that sailed upon it back and forth. That bit of capriciousness was why the first volley of cannonballs collided with the water just shy of the prow, rather than striking the Magpie's wing herself. Rathbone, who was at the helm, let out a loud curse and spun the wheel as hard as he could, swinging the bulk of the ship out of the way. A second barrage of deadly iron splashed down to starboard, sending up great waves of spray that drenched everyone and everything on deck. Mercia and Shan were already fumbling with cannonballs of their own, preparing to retaliate, only for Ramsay to burst from the captain's cabin like a wild thing and shout them down. "If we try to fire back, they'll scupper us!" he bellowed. Rathbone, who had the best view of the enemy vessel, had to agree. Their attacker was of a similar size, with a dark beechwood hull and crimson sails, already in a position to launch as many broadsides as it cared to. To return fire, the Magpie's wing would have to expose the vulnerable sides of the ship, presenting a bigger target. Their best option now, Rathbone suspected, was to flee. Ramsay, however, had other ideas. Having instructed Shan and Mercia to tilt the sails, he lumbered up the stairs and bade Rathbone to surrender the wheel. "Have your sword at the ready," he growled. "We'll show these wretches what it means to start a fight with the likes of us." Under his command, the prow of the ship turned in the water and began to speed directly for their enemy. "He's gonna ram them," Rathbone thought, and dread twisted his guts as he drew his sword. Their assailants had obviously reached the same conclusion, because yet more cannon fire rained down around them. These shots landed even more haphazardly than before, doing little more than rattling the ship's windows, and it was clear that Ramsay's bold scheme had the crew of the other ship in panic. One final shot arced high overhead before their guns fell silent. They were either out of ammunition, Rathbone suspected, or unwilling to waste any more of it with missed shots. Rathbone risked a look through his spyglass and could see the opposing crew scrambling around in confusion as the Magpie's wing bore down upon them mercilessly. Would their prow be weighty enough to skewer the other vessel, he wondered, leaving them locked like stags, tussling with their antlers? Or would the two vessels simply broach, tipping to the point at which a torrent of seawater would flood into the ships and send both crews to join whatever fell creatures lurked at the bottom of the sea? Suddenly, Ramsay was moving past him. To his horror, Rathbone realized that the furious captain
had simply abandoned his position at the wheel, trusting their speed and Mercia's skill to keep them aimed toward their target. He'd moved to the capstan, placing both his hands upon it, and it was only then that Rathbone gained a full understanding of what was going through the man's head. Biting his lip, he took over the helm, ready to go along with what was either a very brave or a very foolish thing to do. The enemy ship was closer now, so close that Rathbone no longer needed a spyglass to see the terrified expression of the other crew's faces. Less than 50 feet now separated. Now, less than 30. Now. At the last possible moment, Ramsay heaved on the capstan with all his might, sending the anchor and its long, heavy chain down into the depths. Rathbone wondered briefly if they might be in such deep water that there'd be nothing for the huge weight to catch onto. But then he heard the familiar thud of metal on rock. It was now or never. The magpie's wing groaned in protest, and Rathbone spun the wheel with all his might as they began to pivot. The anchor's chain was at full extension now, and its pull was transforming the ship's forward motion into a large, sweeping arc. Within a few seconds, they changed from bearing down upon the other vessel to matching her course, side by side, and just a few feet apart. That was when Ramsay leapt. Rathbone found it astonishing that a man of his stature could throw himself forward with such agility. There was a cold fury behind the move that sent Ramsay soaring across the gap between the two vessels. The pirate closest to the railing found himself taking Ramsay's boot to his chest, knocked helplessly to the ground as the crew of the Magpie's wing began to board. Mercia was next, taking a high dive from the rigging and rolling as she hit the enemy's deck and came up fighting. She pulled a slender blade free from its sheath and began to menace a young deckhand who'd been manning the cannons, but he clearly had no stomach for a fair fight and threw his weapon down almost at once. Mercia considered the quivering figure as he dropped to his knees before her, then cold-cocked him so he couldn't cause any more trouble. Rathbone hesitated, not so confident in his own acrobatic ability, but prideful enough to try. His clumsy leap saw him falling just short of the other ship's deck, though his flailing hands were able to catch the rungs of the ladder that ran up her hull. Clambering aboard, with his face flushed pink, he spared no time in taking out his embarrassment on the nearest pirate. The luckless man, who'd only just picked himself up from Ramsay's first assault, found himself on the receiving end of a flurry of blows that left him dazed and crumpled in the corner. The enemy captain, however, had far more fight in her. Having leapt nimbly from the upper deck, she dropped down on Ramsay, staggering him and bringing her sword around in a blow that he was barely able to deflect with his own blade. "You should have run while you had the chance, old man," she hissed, her eyes flashing as their swords danced. "Now where's the sport in that?" Ramsay shot back, edging closer and closer to the railing as each of the captain's blows forced him backward. Little by little, he was losing ground. Mercia was in no position to help him, for she was being terrorized by the final member of the ship's crew, a brawny woman with a scarred face and a split lip who'd managed to knock Mercia's sword away. She was shrugging off all the kicks and punches that Mercia landed, and her grasping fingers were reaching for the smaller pirate's neck, twitching mere inches from Mercia's windpipe when the first gunshot rang out. Judging from the way the larger woman gasped in pain and clutched at her leg, Mercia guessed that Sham, standing calmly aboard the Magpie's wing with a smoking pistol in his hand, had only been aiming to wound. "Fine by me," she thought, and hooked her leg around the same limb, sending her opponent toppling sideways with a yelp and a stream of curses. Jumping down after her, Mercia followed this up with a vicious kick that sent the sprawled figure tumbling down the stairs and out of sight below decks. There was a loud crash, the sound of breaking glass, and silence. Drawing his own sword, Rathbone approached Ramsay and the enemy captain, while Mercia crept toward them on the opposite side. Their battle was so intense, however, that he did not dare strike, lest he accidentally cleave down the wrong captain. Besides, the hulking man seemed to be enjoying himself tremendously.
You're surrounded, Captain,
Ramsay roared, pushing forward with a renewed surge of strength. Now it was his opponent losing ground, her feet dancing inch by inch across the deck until her back was against the railings.
Surrender, and I'll show you mercy.
She spat.
Mercy? From the great Captain Ramsay, the brave pioneer who breached the Devil's Shroud? Pathetic. Real pirates never show mercy. If you're prepared to let me go, then you'd better learn to sleep with one eye open, because the next time I see you, I'm gonna slit.
Ramsay swept a long, lazy arc with his blade. As the other captain moved her sword instinctively to parry it, his fist lashed out with a swift blow that caught her squarely on the chin, lifted her effortlessly into the air, and carried her backward over the railing. There was a splash and a scream cut short.
Real pirates, Ramsay observed, would have seen that coming.
With its captain lost and the rest of its crew defeated, the ship was a simple matter to secure. After some brief debate, the crew of the Magpie's wing hauled Mercia's former adversary into the brig below decks, tied the youth who'd surrendered to a beam in the captain's cabin, and secured the final crewman in the map room. Separated as they were, it would be all the harder for them to conjure up a means of escape. "We're leaving them to starve, then," Shan commented, keeping his voice carefully neutral, as he and the crew began to ransack the ship's supplies. Ramsay shook his head.
We deserve a drink.
"So when we reach an outpost, we'll spread word about a fine vessel out here for the taking. Someone will pay us handsomely for her location, and then it'll be up to her crew to talk themselves out of trouble. Assuming some other ship doesn't stumble upon them first," Rathbone interjected. "There are more and more of these cocky little greenhorns sailing around every day." Scowling, Mercia rounded on him. "And whose fault is that, I wonder? Who could possibly be responsible for every lubber with a dinghy to their name finding their way through the Devil's Shroud, just as surely as if they had a map? Our map." Rathbone's countenance darkened in return as he stepped up to her. "This again?" he snarled. "And yet again, I say, if you're going to accuse me of treachery without proof, you'd better be prepared to answer for it. Just try it, you overbearing..." "Enough!" Ramsay roared in a voice that shook the ship. "The hows and whys don't matter anymore. We're no longer alone out here. So let's take what we can and sail on before someone else decides to pick a fight." Jason, Rathbone and Mercia moved to opposite ends of the enemy ship and joined Shan in the hunt for anything useful. As he crossed the gangplank that was acting as a temporary bridge between the two vessels, a box of lead shot under each arm, Ramsay found himself musing on their journey to date. Almost a full year had passed since he'd stood in Rowena's tavern and boasted about his journey, a night that had unintended consequences. The tales and trinkets Ramsay brought back had compelled others to follow in his footsteps, one way or another. For better or worse, the region beyond the Shroud was no longer a secret. The pirates back home had even given it an informal name. And though Ramsay had snorted disdainfully the first time he heard someone refer to the Sea of Thieves, the phrase had somehow seemed to stick. He supposed he should be angry at the rest of the world for intruding into what he'd once considered his own private paradise. Certainly Ramsay was furious the first time they spotted another ship, and he was ready to blow them out of the water for daring to approach him. But they waved a flag of truce and shared a meal. It turned out they merely wanted to offer thanks and a chance to dine with the famous captain who discovered the Sea of Thieves. He didn't know quite what to make of that. Since then, there had been unexpected encounters wherever they'd journeyed. They no longer enjoyed the luxury of sailing without a lookout in the crow's nest, as they had when they first arrived, secure in the knowledge that they were the most fearsome thing on the waves. Now, just like the old days, they had to constantly scour the horizon for distant sails, lest they be caught unawares. These constant distractions and the knowledge that a treasure left unclaimed today might be resting in someone else's hold tomorrow had served only to harden Ramsay's resolve. If these weren't to be his waters alone, then he'd damn well make sure that he was their undisputed master, and that every other pirate knew it. He'd been relentless in dealing with those who opposed him, and wasted no time before detailing his exploits whenever they stopped off at an outpost. Outposts? Now there was something Ramsay had never anticipated seeing out here, though he supposed it was inevitable. Previously unspoiled islands had developed first small campgrounds, then crude wooden shelters, and finally boardwalks and buildings. Even pirates needed to make camp from time to time, and others would come along later to build upon what went before, using their unique skills to improve the place whenever they stopped by. There were at least 2 taverns in this region alone, both run by opportunistic pirates who knew about sugars, fermentation, and everything else that went into a good beer. These pirates had chosen to make their fortune by opening their doors to others, so that they might drink and relax without having to make the long journey home. He had even heard tell of a blacksmith coming to the region in the company of a crew who wanted to keep their weapons sharp and were willing to pay for the privilege. Before long, Ramsay mused, there'd be shipwrights and shopkeepers aplenty, all eager to hawk their wares to passing travelers and spare them the danger of the long journey home. All told, the increasing likelihood of bumping into other ships while out on adventures, coupled with his own rising notoriety, had led Ramsay to insist that they find themselves a suitable hideout. They needed a place where they could rest, relax, and repair, something that simply wasn't possible amid the hustle and bustle of an outpost, even if the folks around wanted to do nothing more than share a drink or hear stories. Mercia, true to form, had been keeping a careful log of everywhere that they'd visited, and had suggested a number of suitable locations. The first potential hideaway they'd visited had been an innocuous island near the heart of the region, where a soft crescent of golden beaches framed a huge rocky cave with a fine sandy floor. It seemed like an ideal safe harbor, and so they moored the Magpie's wing and made camp inside. Their revelry lasted only until high tide, at which point seawater began to pour relentlessly into the cave from all directions, forcing the crew to abandon their cooking pot halfway through a meal and paddle hastily back to the ship. Shan continued to insist he'd seen a shark snacking on their dinner as they sailed away. The second site, an imposing crisscross of rocky peaks surrounding a central lagoon, would have allowed them to hide the ship entirely. Shan even suggested mounting cannons on the high cliffs overlooking the bay's single entrance, allowing them to repel intruders. As they approached the island, however, tendrils of mist began to form around them, and a familiar sourness filled the air. They had to execute a swift about-face to avoid sailing any closer, and by morning, the ebb and flow of the Devil's Shroud had swallowed the island up, as if it had never existed. Finally, Rathbone reminded them of the high-arched cavern where they'd spent their first night in the Sea of Thieves. The entrance was almost invisible, unless you knew where to look, he argued. And they knew from prior experience that there were no ghastly surprises awaiting them when night fell or the storms swept in. He called it a thieves' haven, and the others agreed. Shan in particular seemed to relish the opportunity to set themselves up a permanent home away from home, and by the time they set sail, had already dreamed up an extensive list of changes and renovations he wanted to make to the place. Mercia warned him not to get his hopes up based on their recent run of luck, joking that the whole island was probably an active volcano, or the maw of some slumbering leviathan, but not even she could put a dent in his unrelenting optimism. It turned out to be well-founded cheer, too, for the cavern was just as they'd left it all those months ago, with its hidden entrance and all. Even the remains of their first campfire were still largely undisturbed, though Shan expressed a desire to build a more permanent dining area of sorts, tucked out of the way where the smoke and the firelight wouldn't make their hideaway obvious to passing vessels. Mercia had bought into the idea of creature comforts too, though she had some very different ideas as to what needed constructing first. Bedrooms, she insisted, or at the very least, some sort of partitioned spaces were needed for some modicum of privacy. Rathbone, perhaps looking for a way to ease tensions between them, helped her wedge a series of bamboo poles across the openings of cavities in the cave walls and hang sheets of thick canvas from them, like curtains. When they found treasures, they had begun to set the smaller items aside, offering them in trade for those little luxuries that were slowly but surely making their way to the Sea of Thieves. Sheepskin rugs for warmth, boxes of candles, and sturdy chests and boxes to hold their belongings all came together to convert Thieves' Haven from a gloomy cavern into a place of respite for the crew of the Magpie's Wing. Only Ramsay had declined a bedroom of his own, pointing out that the captain's cabin was more luxurious by half than a rocky nook stuffed with gewgaws. Privately, the notion of spending too many nights apart from his ship felt deeply unsettling to him. It was back to Thieves' Haven that the Wing sailed now, its deck strewn with everything the crew had been able to loot from the ship that had attacked them. Well, they may have been pretty pathetic pirates, but they certainly had some nice belongings, Rathbone commented, sorting through a collection of silks and fabrics. We should consider raiding other vessels more often. Shan pulled a face. Waste of resources, if you ask me. You have to spend half of what you earn repairing a ship. Not if you take them by surprise, Rathbone persisted. A sneak attack on a moonless night, with all the lanterns turned off, they wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. Mercia made a disgusted sound. We're surrounded by everything nature has to offer, and you want to waste your time squabbling with other pirates? What a waste! Everything nature has to offer, Rathbone parroted, unable to resist reigniting their earlier argument. Like what? Coconuts and pig droppings? Mercia shot him a withering look. Even you must have noticed by now, this place works differently. Just little things, like how much faster injuries seem to heal out here. They all knew what she meant, of course. Shan had slipped on some rocks and fallen almost 20 feet on their last excursion. He had gained a few bumps and scratches to show for it, but by the time they got back to the ship, he was back to his old self. A hearty meal, even something as simple as a banana, seemed enough to lift anyone's spirits. It was, Mercia reflected, privately, as if something about the region made everyone that much more resilient. and filled them with a vitality that was missing back home. You got drunk more quickly, but hangovers passed faster too. Everyone seemed a bit stronger, a bit faster, could hold their breath a bit longer. The world itself seemed to be getting livelier too, with more storms and unexpected bursts of wind. Almost as if the place was reacting to them. Almost as if it was a little bit... Mercia grimaced, refusing to let herself think the word magical, because that was a slippery slope back to the bad old days of superstition and stupidity. They sailed back to the hideout in silence, each of them lost in their own thoughts. And Rathbone took his turn in the crow's nest. As they approached, though, he gave a sudden cry of alarm and slid down the ladder at speed. "There's smoke," he said, in response to Ramsay's questioning look. "Can't tell if it's coming from outside or in." "Could have been a lightning strike," Mercia said doubtfully, for there had been no storms on the horizon. Ramsay said nothing, though his expression grew more ponderous by the moment. They maneuvered the magpie's wing in through the gap in the rocks, rather more cautiously than usual, and with their cannons primed, half expecting to find another ship lying in wait within the shadows of the cave. There was no ambush to be found, however, and they extended the gangplank just as they always did, stepping one at a time onto the rocky ledge. Ramsay insisted on leading the way into the caves where they ate and slept, his sword drawn and his teeth bared, though gradually they split up to conduct a more effective search. It was Rathbone's howl of anguish that sent the others dashing to his room, where the source of the fire had become clear. Greasy smoke was billowing from the smouldering remains of shattered boxes and crates onto which a lantern had toppled. They were the same boxes that had, until tonight, housed Rathbone's most prized treasures, and the majority of his money. Together they doused the flames before rushing to their own belongings, leaving Rathbone to pick through what remained. Each of their quarters had been plundered, every room methodically and ruthlessly ruined, its contents ransacked. Supplies for the ship had been looted too, and what little had been left behind had been deliberately spoiled, burned, broken, or simply tipped into the sea. Someone, somehow, had found their hideout. Everything of value was gone. Chapter 6. Larina. There had always been those who sought to chain the waves. First there were the navies, vast fleets of ships that sought to protect the sovereignty of the waters in which they sailed. Joyless people in bright uniforms who flew their flag proudly as they went forth and conquered, driving their banners deep into other people's soil and warring with anyone who fought back. For all that, Larina merely disliked the Navy, as she could understand, if not sympathize with, the kind of people who felt most comfortable when following orders given from on high. The kind of people who would march to a beat, stand at attention, and polish their boots until they were precisely as polished as boots should be. The kind of people who wouldn't kill out of fury or malice, but would kill because they were told to. Growing up, Larina had watched a few of the older children leaving their homes in the company of gleaming men with neat moustaches and shining medals on their chests. When they returned to visit their families, they always looked so smart and so prideful. But she could tell, just by watching how they sat, stiffly in the local pub, and the way they flinched at unexpected sounds, even sudden laughter, that something had happened to them while they'd been away. Some flame inside them had been snuffed out, and now they didn't belong anywhere. They were just like chess pieces, she'd thought. Soldiers in a box, jumbled up and waiting to be placed back on the battlefield, where they could be useful. On the other hand, Lorena loathed the trading companies. They were swaggering gangs of bullying merchants who were precisely as greedy and grasping as the most devious pirates, but somehow acceptable to the stuffed shirts back on land. They tended to be run by wealthy, cunning, and unscrupulous people who were looking for ways to get even richer, and so had sailed out to the wilder parts of the world, looking to ply their wares at ports and colonies far from home. Lorena didn't have anything against someone trying to make a living by whatever means they chose, of course. Far from it. In her experience, however, the trading companies had no intention of sharing the seas where they wished to do business, not with each other, and certainly not with the pirates, who sought to disrupt their trade and claim the spoils for themselves. Years long past had seen lone company ships with their cargoes of fine silks and strange powders become easy targets for experienced pirates who'd grown up in the region and knew the waters far more intimately than their prey did. But the companies proved both rich and tenacious, and more ships came. Larger ships now sailed in convoys, laden with a veritable army of soldiers who dealt with any opposition as ruthlessly and efficiently as if they were sailing by royal command. Sometimes they were, for the larger companies began to hold sway back home, and thus guarantee themselves the best protection king and country could provide. Soon it was the locals who had reason to fear, whether they were pirates or not. Getting caught in the crossfire between two squabbling trading companies could really ruin your day, not to mention your livelihood, if a fragile little ship was all you had. Lorena had heard tell of local traders being declared pirates and hauled away for questioning, merely for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even if they managed to escape the jailer's cells eventually, they often found that their assets had been seized, and what had once been theirs now belonged mysteriously to the companies. Worse still, as far as Lorena was concerned, the proliferation of these big businesses made the world feel like a cage. The sea was more than just a series of territories and trade routes marked on a musty old map. You couldn't own it, even if you thought you could. And sooner or later, it'd swallow up anyone who dared to try. All this went some way to explaining why, in her first one-on-one conversation with Adelaide, Lorena damn near put her fist through the window. Adelaide had led her into a sumptuous captain's cabin that was every bit as ostentatious as its owner, filled with pillows, gewgaws, and paintings of places Lorena didn't recognize. Once inside, she reclined in a velvet chair, placing her booted feet upon the desk with deliberate care before speaking. "I'm sure you took a good look around the outpost today," she said airily. "You probably noticed a few tents and stalls that didn't seem to have anything for sale. Flourishing business ventures, you might say, with some more pathetic than others, of course." Lorena thought guiltily back to her rowboat for a moment, and then the truth of what Adelaide was saying dawned upon her. "Businesses?" she hissed. "You're talking about more bloody trading companies? That's who you work for now?" Lorena smashed her fist against the surface of the desk with such ferocity that Adelaide's shoes momentarily left its surface, and the young captain looked genuinely alarmed. "It's not like the old days," she snapped defensively. "Not out here. Yes, some of them snuck into the Sea of Thieves, looking to make an easy coin or two, greedy merchants who bribed or bartered their way here, sniffing for a profit. Do you know what they found?" "Surprise me," Lorena said sourly. "Us. Adelaide smirked. You can't tame this place. They sailed into our waters with their royal decrees and their fancy crests, and they might as well have painted targets on their backs. We pirates have got long memories, and we like to hold grudges. For once, they were outnumbered. I suppose I can see that, Lorena conceded. Although she'd been trapped, lurking below decks on her own journey to the Sea of Thieves, she knew enough about the Devil's Shroud to see how a huge vessel loaded with soldiers, not to mention the kind of firepower needed to protect a company ship and its valuable cargo, would surely sink in any attempt at crossing. So they gave up. Mostly, Adelaide agreed. And for a long while, until one day, some clever little clerk realized that if pirates were the problem, maybe they could be the solution. Some crews might be convinced into earning a little extra gold by handing over things we find and don't need, like animals or old artifacts, stuff that might sell well out in the wider world. The knot of tension in Lorena's stomach loosened slightly, and she began pacing slowly around the cabin as she considered Adelaide's words. And you, Faisal, Ned, all of you work for these companies? Occasionally, if it's to our advantage. Adelaide watched Lorena keenly as she moved back and forth, the captain seemingly eager not to provoke another outburst. Most of the larger outposts have company representatives to trade with, and if you keep your end of the bargain, you start to build a reputation, for better or worse, she added, irritably flicking an imaginary speck of dirt from her boot. Lorena was silent for a long while as she reflected on what was being asked of her. Grudgingly, she had to admit that the relationship between pirates and profiteers sounded far more even-handed than how things had been back home. More than that, she still needed a clue. I think I hate everything about this, she informed Adelaide coolly. Now, tell me what you want me to do. Sanctuary Outpost felt quite different, bathed in moonlight, though Lorena wasn't surprised to see that many of the merchants and traders were still open for business. Even the shipwright was still at her stall by the dock, humming contentedly to herself as she worked on restoring a battered figurehead to some semblance of its former glory. Lorena had noted that almost everything on the Sea of Thieves had been repeatedly patched or repaired in some way. The people around her had a self-sufficiency she found quite admirable. Except when they're begging for scraps from trading companies, she thought irritably, as the squat little building Adelaide had described came into view. It was lavishly decorated by the standards of the outpost, with strings of colored lanterns and a few hung banners cut from the same rich purple cloth that the cloaked figures had been wearing. As they drew closer, Lorena realized that the Order had apparently colonized the underside of someone else's property, draping heavy fabric around its stilts to create a makeshift establishment of their own. There was a slightly bitter smell in the air. It seemed to be getting stronger as she approached, and Lorena wondered if it had anything to do with the pale green smoke that was curling out from gaps between the drapes. A scrawny young woman, barely more than a teenager, was sitting on a barrel near the entrance with her legs swinging, staring down at the ground in apparent contemplation as she gnawed thoughtfully on a strip of salt jerky. She glanced up sharply as Lorena approached, watching owlishly, but saying nothing, until her fingers were already reaching for the door handle. "We're closed," she barked suddenly, and flushed angrily as Lorena ignored her, pulling open a fold of fabric to bathe them both in a strange pale light. "It's hard to be closed when you don't have a door," Lorena remarked, stepping inside, even as the girl hopped fretfully off her barrel and began to trail her, complaining peevishly. The tense interior was as gaudy as Lorena had expected. with chains of dark beads hanging in the entryway, and a few crude stars painted on what passed for a ceiling. Yet more of the purple fabric hung in great folds from beams of the building overhead, muffling her footsteps as she moved deeper inside. A sickly green fire, apparently the source of both the odd light and the strange smoke, crackled and spluttered fitfully in a large apparatus. It caused strange shadows to dance upon the ceiling, and also illuminated a large desk, behind which a figure was hunched, an inkwell in one hand and a large black quill in the other. Lorena was starting to feel that everything she'd seen so far was designed to foster a particular impression of mysticism and otherworldliness. The entire facade, she suspected, had been decorated to further the illusion that mysterious things were about to happen. A haunted house to get pirates suitably spooked so that they'd come away impressed. They're still a trading company at heart, she reminded herself, and they need you more than you need them. Don't linger, Aggie. You're letting fresh air in, murmured the man behind the desk to the young girl reproachfully, without glancing up from his work. His long, greasy hair fell messily down past his shoulders and across another purple outfit. Given the trappings of the place, Lorena was unsurprised to see him sifting through a box stuffed full of mysterious runes and diligently copying them down onto a scroll. The man looked up from counting on his fingers as Lorena coughed and shot a meaningful glare at the girl. Clearly, she'd been posted as an advance guard, tasked with turning away anyone who might interrupt him in the middle of some elaborate task. And clearly, she had failed. I told her, Dad, Aggie complained. She wouldn't listen. The man peered up at Lorena, and she stared down at him, arms folded. New in town, are we? He asked, the tone of his voice indicating that he didn't particularly want to hear the answer. My name is Winston Phoebus. I represent the Order of Souls, and we are currently closed. Come back tomorrow. Like his daughter's, his speech was high and peevish, a voice born to complain and wheedle. I'll be long over the horizon when tomorrow comes, Lorena replied evenly. But I could hardly pass through without coming to see this place for myself, just to see if the rumors were true. As she'd hoped, the man's expression was immediately awash with a mixture of indignation and curiosity. He's a showman, she realized. Every showman wants applause. Rumors? He snapped. What rumors? It was time to see if what little Adelaide had told her about the Order was true, or if she was about to make a fool of herself. Oh, more like hearsay, really. That your group possesses a great wisdom and a knowledge that sees far beyond the veil that clouds the sight of others. That through your tireless efforts, the secrets of the Sea of Thieves are laid bare for your eyes alone, and 1,000 destinies revealed. She paused, wondering if she'd gone overboard, but Phoebus seemed genuinely pleased by the description, his whole demeanor having softened considerably. Oh, it's far more than hearsay, I can assure you. There was an unmistakable smugness in his eyes as he reached into his desk and pulled out a number of neatly bound parchments, fanning them out with a practiced ease. Every one of these contracts may represent nothing more than a handsome sum of money to yourself, but they also provide our distinguished cartographers with invaluable information. I see, said Lorena, who didn't, but managed to look suitably impressed regardless. The pursuit of enlightenment through the mystic arts is a responsibility that must weigh heavily upon your spirit. She glanced down at the box of runes, then around at the tent that passed for the Order's premises, before adding, and your wallet. Phoebus appeared to deflate a little. Yes, well, from time to time we are
encouraged to share our wisdom with others, he admitted. For a price, of course. Not that we do it for the money, you understand. We prefer to focus on a more noble purpose. But everyone needs to eat. Unfortunately, our most recent contract fell through, which has left us rather in a bind. He paused. You're quite sure you can't come back tomorrow? It must be terribly frustrating, having to deal with small-minded scoundrels who can't appreciate that you're working towards a higher purpose. Lorena agreed, maintaining a sympathetic expression. But as I said, tomorrow I shall be at sea, for I have a purpose of my own, though it's nothing so noble as yours. She patted the hilt of her sword theatrically. Before the day is done, my blade shall have claimed its final vengeance against that cur, Simeon, and his treachery shall be repaid. Adelaide had assured her that this Simeon, whomever he was, would mean something to the Order, but had told her nothing else. Phoebus was staring at her with a curious expression. Not Steel Eye, Simeon, surely, he pressed. Lorena, who had no idea, kept her expression inscrutable. To her surprise, invoking the name had lit a fire within the man, and he was frantically rifling through cupboards and cabinets, scattering parchments here and there, until he emerged with a small box clasped triumphantly in his hands. I thought I recognized the name, he said triumphantly. Steel Eye Simeon, yes. Yeah, we've had quite a few sightings of him recently. For a moment, he seemed to be about to offer the scroll, but hesitation overtook him. It's not the sort of contract we'd normally give to a first-timer, he mused. We prefer to offer lower value work until people have proven they're capable. Lorena had no idea what Simeon had to do with map-making, but she didn't have to work too hard at feigning offense. As far as the Order was concerned, this was her lifelong nemesis they were discussing. I'll hunt down Simeon, with or without your help, she growled. And once I catch him, there'll be nothing left for your capable pirates. She felt like she was bluffing on a hand of cards she hadn't seen, in a game where she didn't really understand the rules. Fortunately, her gamble paid off, and Phoebus practically shoved the box into her hands. It's all the information we have, he said beseechingly. But we'll pay you handsomely when you return. He insisted on taking Lorena's name into a leather-bound volume and pressing her thumb down onto an inky pad, badgering her to provide a print alongside her signature. As she signed, she spotted Adelaide's name farther up the page, though it had been viciously crossed out in bold strokes of purple ink. Can't be forged, he explained. Rubbing at her inky thumb absent-mindedly, Lorena tucked the scroll into her belt and allowed herself to be shown out, still feeling she was missing a piece of the puzzle. Finally, she paused just outside the tent, her curiosity overwhelming her. Remind me, she called. What do I do with Simeon once I have him? Do? Phoebus had already returned to his rooms, but he looked up now, clearly puzzled by such an elementary and obvious question. Why, bring us his head, of course. Lorena returned to the Unforgiven, with her thoughts in a whirl, more baffled now than before her mysterious errand, and determined to get some answers at last. Striding into the captain's cabin and dropping the box onto the desk with a satisfying thunk, she placed both hands on either side of it and glared across at Adelaide, who was peeling an apple with a thin-bladed knife that she always kept on her belt. What the hell did I just agree to? She demanded. Are we bounty hunters now? In a manner of speaking, Adelaide said, clearly amused by Lorena's irritation. They want what's in Simeon's head, and it's up to us to provide it. What did you think of the order?
A bunch of tricksters pretending they're mystics and magicians, Lorena said coldly, forcing herself to adopt a less confrontational stance. With some very strange business practices. When are you going to tell me what's really going on? All in good time, the smaller woman replied soothingly. Think of this as your initiation, if that helps. I'm trusting you, and I want you to trust me in return. She reached into the box and removed a scroll from within, unfurling it and staring down at the faded lines and scrawled notes that covered it. Lorena thought she vaguely recognized one or two of the tiny landmarks from her brief time in the map room, but it was hard to say for sure. That far out, eh? Adelaide mused, lingering over the parchment for a moment before suddenly springing to her feet. This should be fun! She left the cabin at a trot, and by the time Lorena had followed her out, she was already up at the helm, calling across to Ned as he began to unfurl the sails. Grumbling, Lorena took hold of the capstan alongside Faisal, who seemed as chatty as ever as they started weighing anchor. I see that your visit to the Order of Souls was a success, he called over the clanking and creaking. Their ways seem a little strange, yes, but they pay handsomely, and I think they are harmless enough. Harmless? Lorena shot back. They try to rob you. Faisal gave a little shrug. Negotiations sometimes work a little differently out here. I guarantee that you will see many stranger things. But then, that is why you came to the Sea of Thieves, I think. Much to her annoyance, Lorena found that she had no answer to that. Once they'd cast off, the lanterns were lit, and the sails were billowing with a fair wind. The crew gathered around Adelaide in the map room. It seems the last sighting of old Steel Eye was at an abandoned fort near Cannon Cove, she told them. Quite a nasty place, I hear, but we've got surprise and the night on our side. Yeah, I know the one you mean. Ned squinted down at the map and then pointed to a nondescript group of rocks, too small and insignificant even to have a name of their own. It's got cannons all down the south side and on the top, though. So if they seize us... I am not coming home empty-handed twice in a row, Adelaide declared hotly. We'll drop anchor here, she jabbed her own finger at the map, and swim the rest of the way if we have to. And if this bounty, this Simeon, is not at the fort after all? Faisal asked, staring at the expanse of water under Adelaide's fingertip with a doleful expression. Then we'll get on those cannons ourselves and make some noise until he shows himself, Adelaide insisted. The Order may be a bunch of irritable blowhards with delusions of grandeur, but they're not in the habit of sending people on wild goose chases. Simeon will be there. With no more to say, they headed back up above deck, and despite Faisal's suggestion that she get some rest in one of the hammocks below deck, Lorena volunteered to take a shift in the crow's nest. She felt restless and out of sorts, and when it came to it, she knew why. She'd come to the Sea of Thieves to be an explorer, not an executioner. And now her first voyage into the unknown was set to end with her sticking a man she'd never met for reasons she didn't fully understand. Hardly an auspicious beginning. She tried to distract herself by memorizing the more distinctive islands, memorizing their positions relative to one another, and making mental notes of places she'd like to one day visit. Another ship appeared on the horizon at one point, but veered away before Lorena could call out. Evidently, they too had some dark business this night. Finally making use of the spyglass Ned had lent her, she spotted the fort on the horizon and could tell at once that nasty was just the way to describe it. The core of the place was a large rock spire devoid of vegetation that rose upward in a twisting spiral with a flat, stumpy summit. The fortress spiraled up and around the spire in a complicated lattice of bridges and walkways, occasionally branching out to watchtowers and ledges on which she could spy the cannons Ned had mentioned. Down below, huge wooden stakes jutted out from the base of the fort at various angles. Some were mere branches, others as thick as tree trunks, and any ship that dared to sail too close risked skewering themselves upon. Another reason to berth far, far away. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but even the clouds around the fort seemed ominous and foreboding. Once or twice, Lorena swore she could make out a death's head billowing above them, though she was sure it was just her imagination. Faisal and Ned were extinguishing the lanterns one by one as they drew closer, and Lorena climbed carefully down from the crow's nest to help furl the sails and slow the ship so it could be steered safely to its hiding place. Then the crew clambered down the ship's ladder one by one and dropped lightly into the chilly water. It was cold enough to stick, and Lorena had to fight the urge to swim for the shallows at speed, for even that might be enough noise to give them away. Paddling quietly, they braved the freezing sea in silence until they reached the shallows, wending their way through the vicious stakes. Faisal, in particular, seemed uncharacteristically nervous, and even Ned seemed uneasy. Only Adelaide was as cocksure as ever, drawing her sword once they reached the slimy rocks that served as both the foundation of the fort and the start of the pathway that led to its uppermost levels. Lorena had expected to see guards patrolling, if the fort was indeed occupied as Phoebus had claimed, and the knot in her stomach loosened slightly at the lack of movement. Perhaps Simeon's not here after all. She remained as vigilant as ever, though, and as Faisal reached a sharp right turn and disappeared out of sight ahead of her, Lorena was sure she caught the blur of motion by his foot. She dropped into a crouch, wishing fervently that she could risk unhooding her lantern, if only for a moment, to get a proper look at her. She poked out with the blade of her sword experimentally, but found only bones lying haphazardly in a pile of loose shame. Probably a rat, she decided, and turned to follow the crew upward to the next tier of the mouldering barricades. She barely made it 3 steps farther when she heard it, the scrabbling behind her getting louder and more persistent. For an instant, she feared a landslide, that the pathway might be crumbling away beneath them. But even as she turned to shout a warning, the truth sucked the breath from her lungs. A skeletal arm was digging itself out from under a pile of rocks and rubble. As Lorena watched, frozen in horror, a bony cadaver began to emerge out of the ground where it had lain, half buried until the crew's passage had disturbed it. It should have been impossible, the stuff of childhood nightmares. But within a few short seconds, the remains had erupted fully to stand just a few short steps away. And Lorena was staring at a skeleton a few inches taller than she, clad only in a few rags, but clutching a sword of its own. She could see the moonlight streaming straight through its ribcage as it turned, slowly, as if taking in its own surroundings. The dead, dark eye sockets met her own mortified gaze. The lower jaw, yellowing and incomplete, fell slackly open to the accompaniment of a rattling hiss. It was not a happy sound. Worse still, it was answered by other calls from further up the trail. Dragging her gaze away from the shambling creature long enough to glance up the path, Lorena could see Faisal and Adelaide backing slowly toward her as 2 more of the creatures advanced on them. They weren't just under attack, she realized. They were surrounded.
Navidad y vamos a comernos 4 bombonitos, 4 bomboncitos. El primero, mi mamá vecina.
Chapter 7. Ramsay. At first it seemed as though Ramsay's rage would last a lifetime. The fury burning white-hot in his belly, and bubbling to the surface with every savage kick, every hack of his blade, every blow he inflicted upon the ruins of their supposed thieves' haven. He stomped back and forth until his footsteps had traced deep grooves in the sandy floor, ranting and threatening the unknown villains who had plundered their hideout. Finally, when there was nothing left on land on which he could take out his anger, he stormed wordlessly past his crew and into his cabin on the Magpie's wing. For the first time any of them could recall, they heard the door lock click, and then an eerie silence seemed to spread out until it permeated the entire cavern. Rathbone leaned against the ship's railings, with his head in his hands, staring moodily upward through 2 of the arches and watching the seagulls wheeling overhead. After being spooked by Ramsay's rampage, echoing up from the caves below, they were now cautiously returning to their perches, their grey-white bullet heads peering reproachfully down through the gaps between the stone. Rathbone heard a scraping behind him and turned to see Shan dragging a large chest out of the hole. With everything that had happened, he'd forgotten the plunder they'd taken aboard.
Where are you going with that?
He asked, gloomily, making no move to assist.
You don't really think you'll let us stay here now, do you?
This was accompanied by a tilt of the head toward the darkened windows of the cabin.
Not now that our little secret's out. Oh, things will look better in the morning, Shan replied, cheerfully. It's like my old dad used to say. When someone knocks you down, it's no good lying there feeling sorry for yourself. You've got to get back up and spit in their eye. He was a bit of a brawler, my dad.
Rathbone permitted himself a thin smile.
Good in a tussle, was he?
Shan paused.
Never saw him win a fight.
Still, had all his own teeth, though.
Well, that's so. He used to keep them in a jar by his bed. For luck, he said.
Rathbone stared at Shan for a moment and wished for the 1000th time that he could tell whether or not the man was joking. Finally, he gave an exasperated sigh and moved to help with the cargo. Together, they carried the haul into the deepest recesses of the caves, a large, bowl-shaped room open to the sky, but almost completely enclosed by a canopy of trees, so that only slivers of sunlight made it through. The floor was covered in a thick carpet of leaves, twigs, and moss, and it was here that Shan dropped suddenly to his knees and began to root around on all fours. Rathbone watched incredulously, deciding what insult he should hurl in Shan's direction, then spotted the glint of metal from underneath the leaves. Shan grasped a large iron ring in his hands and tugged as hard as he could, and the hidden trapdoor sprang open in a cloud of dust and mold. Beneath it was a square of inky blackness into which a rope ladder descended, and Shan dropped into it with an easy familiarity. Rathbone shook off his surprise and moved to join him, easing himself onto the ladder and clambering cautiously into the hidden chamber below. The little room they were in was cramped and lit only by a lamp perched on a craggy ledge overhead. But Rathbone could just about make out the shapes of boxes and barrels in the room. A few cannonballs, a chest of gold or two, a pittance compared to everything they'd lost, but the foundations of a new fortune nevertheless, all squirreled away by their consummate quartermaster.
Does Ramsay know about this?
He breathed, his voice sounding strange to his own ears as the echo bounced back and forth. Shan shook his head. Never got around to telling him. Besides, it's not really finished yet. I was hoping to turn this place into a proper workshop and get a few of my special projects ready first. He indicated a few scraps of paper and a handful of books, most of which seemed to be about tripwires, spring-loading mechanisms, intricate locking mechanisms, and Rathbone squinted to get a clearer look. What appeared to be a crude drawing of a man sticking out of a cannon. "You are a very strange person," said Rathbone slowly. "But I think I agree with you. Pirates just don't turn tail at the first sign of trouble. Let's get the wing unloaded and take a proper look at what we've got left." "Let's," Shan agreed. "And then you can show me where you've been hiding the good drink." "Damn."
Mercia?
Mercia, who'd been sitting cross-legged at the map table, staring dreamlike at her charts and notations without taking in a single word, jumped slightly at the sound of her name. Ramsay was framed in the stairwell, his huge figure outlined there in an unusually weary pose.
Am I disturbing you?
He asked. Coming from the typically loud and boisterous Ramsay, the question seemed absurd. Mercia had to fight the urge to laugh.
Not at all, Captain.
"Please, join me,"
Just Ramsay will do for now,
he said, moving to straddle the opposing bench.
I haven't behaved much like a captain today.
Mercia tilted her head at that. "You got us out of an ambush without so much as a scratch, and filled our hold while you were at it. That's the captain I'm used to. Besides, we both know how much we've still got buried out there. What was taken from us here was nothing more than spare change, if you think about it." If Ramsay was cheered by the attempt at a compliment, he didn't show it.
It's not about how much was taken.
"Not really," he said carefully.
I gave up everything to come here because I believed that the Sea of Thieves would be a better way of living. That we'd have freedom. That we'd make discoveries and find ways to live how we wanted to live without making the same old mistakes.
Ramsay paused and took a deep swig from a mostly empty bottle Mercia hadn't even realized he was holding, before continuing.
When I was very small, my father told me a story about a village, a magic village, that only appeared in our world for one day every 100 years. Whenever it appeared, the people in that village wouldn't have aged a day. Just them and their village, contented as the rest of the world happened by. "And you hope the Sea of Thieves could be like that village?" Mercia said sympathetically. Ramsay nodded. Somewhere that the pirate life could always exist, even if the rest of the world fell under the rule of law and people forgot what it meant to be free. Now, we finally have that place. And what are we doing? Wasting time and supplies on petty squabbles, stealing from one another, when there's still so much to see and do. Although, he took another deep draught from his bottle and wiped his lips on the back of his sleeve, looking at Mercia slyly with just a hint of his old vigor returning. There is one way this place is like that village. You've noticed it too, even if you won't admit as much. Mercia groaned. "Please, Cap... Ramsay, not this again." She threw up her hands in exasperation. "Yes, I'll admit I've heard some strange tales in recent months, and yes, we've all encountered things that are hard to explain. That doesn't mean we have to stop believing in... Magic?
Ramsay pressed, earning an exasperated sigh.
Well, if it isn't magic, I can think of no one better suited to find out what it is than you, Mercia. With your books, your brains, and your natural philosophy. Remember the first night we arrived, and you told me about the importance about keeping an open mind? Here's what we're gonna do," he continued firmly, even as an irritated Mercia opened her mouth to interject. "At first light, we're gonna set sail, and we're gonna visit every last watering hole where a pirate might be found. I'll bluster and I'll bellow and make out like we're looking for the wretches who ransacked our hideout. But what you'll be doing is seeking out more of those strange tales, as you call them. You'll probe, poke, and ask questions, just like you always do. If we're
lucky, we'll start to see some patterns, some rhyme and reason to it all. Maybe even learn about somewhere we can see some of this magic for ourselves. Are you talking about breaking up the crew? Mercia challenged him. The others signed up for excitement and adventure on the high seas. I'm not so sure they even believe there's anything anything unexplained out there to find. We're stronger together, Ramsay said emphatically. Besides, what pirate could say no to a tour of local drinking dens? Who knows? They may overhear something useful. We'll tell them what we're planning, then? Ramsay scratched his beard for a moment, mulling this over. Only that we're going hunting for the ones who robbed us, he said at last. We've lost more than our fair share in recent weeks. The fewer people who know what we're searching for, the more likely we are to lay our hands on it. It's no use, Mercia realized. I'm not going to be able to talk him out of this. Not now that he's got the idea in his head. Out loud, she said, and if you do find some of this so-called magic you're so desperate to see for yourself, what are you going to do then? Ramsay smiled grimly. What any pirate would do, of course. I'm going to steal it. Despite her reservations, the crew spent the next few days sailing from outpost to outpost, arriving just as the sun was setting and the taverns were at their liveliest. Having stopped at a few old haunts along the way and put their shovels to work, they'd reclaimed several stashes of gold and jewels, enough for Mercia to ply tight-tongued pirates with as much drink as was necessary to get them talking. Almost everyone, as it turned out, had some fanciful tale to tell. One grizzled pirate, bare to the waist and coated with a fine spider web of tattoos, claimed to have discovered the phantom of some long-forgotten emperor within the crumbling ruins of an overgrown palace. He had, he insisted to the pub at large, been appointed the old ghost's successor, and was thusly natural heir to the Sea of Thieves. His attempts to extract tributes from his subjects in the tavern had seen him firstly mocked, then batted aside, then finally pummeled and thrown into a nearby stream to sober up. Others spoke of musical instruments that had begun to play themselves after a layover on a distant island, or a cup that could never be drained. But when pressed for specifics, it was remarkable how few of them could remember what had happened to these miraculous belongings. Through it all, Ramsay threatened and swaggered, describing with gruesome detail what he'd do to the cowardly crew who had robbed him of his rightful hoard, while Shan and Rathbone lurked in the background, both bored and bemused at the nightly routine. Rathbone in particular seemed dissatisfied with the lack of treasure flowing their way, and began excusing himself earlier and earlier each evening. It was not until the fifth night that Mercia learned of anything that seemed even remotely plausible. She was squeezed into the corner of a bustling tavern, forced to share a table with an elderly pirate whose rheumy eyes had assessed Mercia with a keen intelligence as she took her seat. The woman was far and away the oldest person Mercia had seen upon the Sea of Thieves. Her wizened face was partially obscured by stray wisps of iron-grey hair, and her chin jutted forward like the prow of a galleon. The old woman said nothing by way of greeting, but sipped periodically from a bottle filled with a clear and sparkling liquid. Mercia couldn't remember seeing any pirate, young or old, come to a tavern craving anything other than grog in their bellies. And at last her inquisitiveness overrode her desire to monitor the crowd's conversations. That's an interesting choice of drink, she commented, continuing to scan the room offhandedly. Is it alcohol? The old woman gave a low and melodious chuckle, her voice a stark contrast to her wizened appearance. My love, no. I swore off the stuff years ago. This is my special spring water, found on our last voyage.
I've taken quite a fancy to it, and it fizzes just the same. She poured a small measure into an empty tankard for Mercia to try. Mercia sipped. Not bad, she said diplomatically. Though in truth, the taste put her in mind of the privy. Not quite the magical elixir I was hoping for, though. The old woman's eyes creased into a smile. Magic comes in all shapes and sizes out here, she answered coyly. On that same voyage, we sailed right to the rim of the Devil's Shroud and found ourselves making camp on a tiny beach. It was barely even an island, not worth a name, but there was a sinkhole at its center. Well, I'd barely been at the cooking pot 5 minutes when my daughter's calling to me. Ma'am, look what's down here. Mercia wasn't in the mood for an old woman's gossip, but something about the story seemed curiously plausible compared to the far-flung fantasies she was used to hearing in places like this. She found herself leaning forward, focusing intently on her companion for the first time. And, she pressed, when I was younger, my Charlie would take me dancing, the old woman said wistfully. Even one brave night, to a prince's reception at the palace. Oh, I'd never in my life seen such splendor. So when I tell you that the grand hall my girl showed me made that royal ballroom look like a pig pen, you'll know I don't mean it lightly. She took another draught of her bubbling beverage before continuing. A chamber fit for a king, hidden under the waves, at the heart of some flooded caves, and lit by an eerie fire we'd never seen the likes of. We didn't have to light our own path, you understand? The torches were already burning, though there wasn't a spot of kindling to be seen. An eternal flame, Mercia mused. A common legend all the way back to the Promethean original. But it was an odd thing to boast about discovering, nonetheless. You couldn't get rich from fire. She decided she'd listened long enough. And I suppose when you woke up the next day, there was no trace of this mysterious chamber, she challenged. For this was where the stories she endured tended to collapse into rumor and excuses. Of course there was, said the old woman, so sharply that Mercia actually flushed. I made a very detailed map, in fact. I was planning to pay the place another visit, see what else I could learn. You did? Mercia struggled to keep the impatience from her voice, for she'd been led along like this too many times in recent days. And you know where the map is right now? Certainly I do, the woman replied icily. I'm not daft, you know. Sorry. It'll be in the wreck of our galleon, I should think. The old woman leaned back and began to fumble with a tobacco pouch. We lost her in a firefight the next day. I've not been out to sea since. I'm too old to be salvaging scuttled ships. Not at my time of life. She sighed, and then fixed Mercia with a crafty stare. But if you've got a ship of your own, you could find a map for yourself. Tenuous though the tale was, it was the closest thing to success Mercia had enjoyed all week. And she gladly bade the old woman tell her everything she could remember about the location of her abandoned vessel. Bidding her farewell, she forced her way to the bar where Ramsay was holding court and firmly gripped his arm, even as he made to curse, once again, those who had plundered his hideout. It's time to leave, she said firmly. There's a chance I found something, a slim chance. She added at once, sensing his immediate change in mood and unwilling to raise his hopes too high. Ramsay, though, was too full of residual merriment not to take the good news at face value. I'll take it, he roared, staggering through the throng behind Mercia and spilling several people's drinks as he did so. It's about time fortune was on our side. What are we searching for, eh? That, Mercia said diplomatically as she towed Ramsay through the tavern door and down toward the dock, is very much a conversation for tomorrow. Mercia had returned to the ship, feeling curiously hopeful, looking forward to getting back out on the waves after days spent in smoky taverns. Ramsay, once his head had cleared, was more cautious. He gave a terse, curated explanation of their destination to Shan and Rathbone, saying simply that they'd learned of a shipwreck loaded with valuable treasures. Privately, Mercia wondered if perhaps Ramsay's newfound interest in the supernatural was waning already. But she had no chance to put her question to him once they were out at sea. Their journey was a stormy one, and the driving rain pushed all other concerns out of their minds as they battled through to sunrise, until finally, Mercia found herself clinging to the side of the Magpie's wing, staring down at the broken husk of a galleon upon the seabed. The sun was high, and the water was clear. Even from here, she could make out the gaping wounds that had sunk the little ship. She'd have to swim through the largest of these to find the chest, assuming it still lay where the old woman had promised. No time like the present, she thought, and plunged herself into the sea, kicking off from the hull of the Magpie's wing and diving toward the waiting wreck. She passed Rathbone as she descended, as he was on his third trip to the surface, both for air and to drop off the spoils from the captain's cabin. She waved cheerfully, but he ignored her, focusing his gaze on the foamy waves overhead. The ruined ship had come to rest almost upside down, its masts having been sheared away by cannon fire in the battle that sunk her. As she eased herself through a gap in the rotting planks, Mercia found herself in an environment that was both strangely familiar and entirely alien, thanks to everything being inverted. Barrels and boxes that had been securely tied to the floor now hung ominously overhead, their looming bulk threatening to topple down upon her should any of the ropes and netting choose that moment to give way. Below her, a hatchway to where the stairs had once been led up. Down, she reminded herself, to the middle deck. Once her eyes had adjusted to the gloom, Mercia began to poke around, looking for anything that might resemble the outline of the chest the woman had described. She found it after a moment's exploration, small and unassuming, gilded with iron. Tugging it free was more of an effort than she expected, and Mercia was forced to tilt her head back and press her face up toward the inverted floor, finding a small pocket of trapped air she could use to replenish her breath. Once she'd filled her lungs, she dropped back down, preparing to haul the little chest back to the surface. And that was when she saw the shark. It was visible through the battered hull, only for an instant. One deadly eye staring right at her as it passed by the hole she'd entered through. She waited, hardly daring to move, hoping that it had failed to sense her as anything more than a shape in the darkness. No such luck. The beast had swum in a wide circle, and now she could see it approaching once again, eager to enjoy an unexpected meal. It looked old, with scars crisscrossing its body, and huge, too. So huge, Mercia wondered if it would even fit through the gap in the hull, or if it would simply become wedged, trapping her within the ship and snapping angrily as she drowned just out of its reach. Deciding not to wait around to find out, Mercia grabbed the chest and used its weight to help her drop down through the hatchway, deeper into the ship. Overhead, she could hear the crashing of splintered wood as the beast collided with the wreck, trapping itself only briefly before it was able to force its way inside the battered hull. Fighting a rising tide of panic, Mercia looked around for something she could use. Much in this room was familiar too, though this ship's map table had toppled, managing to become wedged against the stairwell. It looked like oak, too heavy to move, too sturdy to shatter, and it was blocking the hatch that led to the ship's upper deck, cutting off her only means of escape. She began a frantic circuit of the room, hunting for a weapon or a way out, fearing that any moment the great grey face would poke through the hatchway and bear down on her. Wriggling through the tangle of hammocks and ropes that separated this deck's front from its aft, Mercia's attention was caught by a tiny minnow as it zigzagged out between two crates. Startled by her approach, it and two others flitted past her nose and squeezed through another breach at the rear of the ship, one she hadn't noticed until now. It was barely a foot across, but it was a lifeline nonetheless. Bracing her back against the beam, Mercia used the only thing she had at hand and began to repeatedly smash the silver chest against the hull. Her lungs ached more with every passing second as she used up her precious breath. And at first it seemed as though her assault was having little effect, but finally, one plank broke away. Another strike and a second followed it. Something touched her body as she pulled back to deliver another blow, and with a shudder of revulsion, she realized it was the head of the shark. It was thrashing, blinded and flummoxed by a hammock that had become wrapped across its snout as it had approached her. If not for the momentary protection of a flimsy piece of netting, Mercia might have lost an arm. Desperate now, she struck again and again, widening the hole as much as she could, before finally hauling herself and her prize through the breach. The arm of her shirt snagged on a nail as she made to flee the wreck, pinning her momentarily to the hull, and she tugged and wrenched with all her might until the sleeve tore up to the shoulder and released her. Stubbornly refusing to abandon the heavy chest, even as dark redness licked around the edges of her vision, Mercia kicked out with the last of her strength. She was grimly aware that she wasn't going to make it to the surface before she lost consciousness, at which point the weight of the box would drag her back down into the icy depths. She closed her eyes, furious at her own pride, and that was when she felt strong hands grip under her arms, helping speed her the last of the way back to where there was air and sunlight and life. Once Mercia had been helped safely back aboard, vomiting what felt like a small lake's worth of seawater over the deck as she sucked in deep, blissful gulps of air, Ramsay turned his attention to the chest she'd salvaged. It was locked, as he'd expected, and so he took the helm and set a course to the nearest outpost. As soon as they docked, Ramsay went ashore alone, with the silver chest tucked under his arm, leaving the others to take their ease. He'd hoped for a blacksmith, but had to make do with a lanky shipwright whose hammer and chisel made short work of the lock on the chest. Tipping gold into the craftsman's palm and thanking him for the favor, Ramsay returned to the ship and invited the crew into the captain's cabin. Once unsealed, the chest turned out to be filled mostly with a selection of milky white pearls, along with a handful of gems and gold coins. Rathbone scoffed, remarking that it had been hardly worth Mercia risking life and limb for little more than a necklace. But she ignored him and groped around at the very bottom of the chest until she felt the rough texture of a parchment lurking beneath the jewels. Just as the old woman had promised, it contained detailed instructions for finding both the island and its hidden chamber beneath, and she pored over it eagerly. The magpie's wings set sail at once on Ramsay's orders, and Shan was at the wheel when Rathbone, who should have been taking his turn in the crow's nest until they sighted land, approached him. "I suppose our illustrious captain and his new favorite are having yet another heart-to-heart below deck," he sneered, spitting over the side, as if he'd a sour taste in his mouth. "I suppose," Shan said evenly. He made no effort to continue the conversation, and Rathbone made as if to walk away in frustration, only to spin on his heel and continue. "When I signed up, it was to be a full part of this crew, and that includes getting a say on where we sail and why. What are we even looking for? If you ask me, Ramsay's been cracked ever since we left Thieves' Haven. I didn't ask, Shan said, then turned to meet Rathbone's gaze for the first time. But I will say that we are low on supplies, and traveling here and there and everywhere isn't helping matters. When we next make camp, that might be a good time to talk.
I've had enough talking to last a lifetime.
Rathbone exploded.
All Ramsay does is talk. There's gold out there.
Gold that's slipping through our fingers and into other people's purses every day we're out here sailing in circles. We'll talk, Shan said firmly, tugging at the wheel perhaps slightly harder than necessary so that the ship lurched.
And if we don't like what we hear?
Rathbone persisted, but Shan had turned his gaze back to the sea. But their destination had come into view. Shan gave a piercing whistle that echoed through the whole ship, and a moment later, Ramsay and Mercia had joined them above deck. The old woman's description had been accurate indeed, for the island was little more than a series of sandy rings poking out of the water, concentric circles around a single fissure that cut deep into the seabed. They weighed anchor and disembarked, the seawater barely reaching their knees as they approached the island's center. And it was here, Ramsay explained, that he and Mercia would be the ones to explore down below. Upon learning that he and Shan would remain behind once more, Rathbone looked thunderous. Privately, Mercia wasn't looking forward to diving again so soon, though she drew some comfort knowing that Ramsay would be alongside her. It looked strange to see him shorn of his usual hat, boots, and greatcoat, but he wasted no time in hauling himself into the pit and vanishing into the sparkling waters. Grimacing, Mercia did the same, and together they dove down into the rocky labyrinth, carefully following the directions they'd memorized. They made a left turn, and then a right, then a sharp left, passing through a narrow gap that Ramsay could barely squeeze his broad shoulders through. As they swam ever onward, Ramsay took the lead with a series of powerful breaststrokes. His excitement was mounting, for the tunnel was growing lighter, not darker, and the way ahead was outlined by an unearthly blue light. Where Ramsay felt anticipation, however, Mercia felt a growing sense of unease, for she could hear a strange, keening sound that seemed to echo from the passages they hadn't explored. Every time she thought she knew which of the many tunnels must be the source of the eerie noise, it seemed to shift and twist away somehow. Still, they swam, and now the floor of the tunnel was curving upward. Their heads broke water, and then they were paddling and eventually wading as they took the final soggy steps up the sloping passage. At last, they had reached their destination. The hall in which they had arrived was both imposing and beautiful, making its location deep underneath the shoreline of some unknown island all the more intriguing. The floor beneath their bare feet was a lattice of mosaics, blues and greens and all the colors of the ocean represented by tiny stone trails that whirled and danced in complicated patterns. Fluted pillars carried the eye up to a high, vaulted ceiling where carved frescoes were fighting a losing battle against limestone stalactites that had formed in the years since the chamber was completed. The center of the room was dominated by a large basin that appeared to connect back to the maze of flooded passages. The intricate patterns on the floor seemed to cluster and unite around the pool's perimeter, as if to signify its importance. But Ramsay paid it little heed. His attention had been captured by the ghostly blue flames that burned in braziers spread throughout the mammoth chamber. Just as the elderly pirate had described, these flames persisted with no apparent source of fuel, seemingly able to endure the ravages of time regardless. They were magical. Ramsay knew, and he reached out as if making to cup one in his palm, only to discover that the burning lights were no mere illusion. He yanked his hand back and sucked at his fingers, swearing and grumbling. Mercia ignored him, for she was once again searching for the source of that keening, echoing wail. Ramsay's cursing seemed to have triggered it once more, louder than before, and she began to patrol the hall's perimeter, twisting her head this way and that as she attempted to track down the source of the sound. She wasn't entirely certain Ramsay could hear it at all. It was then that she spotted the earrings. Two simple pearl studs, far plainer than the golden hoops she usually preferred, placed without much care or heed in a small recess. Had she not been searching so determinedly for the wailing sound, she might never have noticed them. It seemed an odd thing to leave behind, and she plucked them curiously between damp fingertips and held them up, examining them by the light of the impossible flames. She never knew what compelled her to delicately unhook her own earrings and slide the pearls into place. She could barely remember choosing to, but the moment she did, Mercia dropped to her knees, gasping as the keening wail began to shift and separate into a joyful chorus. 10,000 moons of silence and unanswered call, a grief-consuming kinship's sacred fire, a sadness at the parting and the statue's fall, to tender understanding all desire. In loving hearts shall be remembered fulsome feasts, when two were one, above and so below. Returned with slash and snap of jaw as wounded beasts, a pain forgotten, freshly come to know. Song turns in darkest memory to times of play, to flames reborn, to banish longest night. Through passages of harmony we make our way, so ancient wrong may be at last put right. They're singing, Mercia gasped in delight, bringing her hands to her head. Ramsay strode over in concern, crouching before her transfixed form. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the pearl earrings, which seemed to be sparkling with an inner light all their own. When he made to pull them free, however, she swatted his hands away irritably. "Not now," she snapped. "They're almost here. They need us." "Who does? Who is singing to you?" Ramsay persisted, resisting the urge to tug Mercia to her feet and drag her outside, away from whatever seemed to be intoxicating her. A moment later, the central pool erupted in a shower of spray, and Ramsay got his answer. It had taken Shan 5 hours and an immense amount of self-control to calm Rathbone down, as he ranted and raved, stalking around the ship and cursing Ramsay's name. Finally, Shan resorted to opening the final cask of grog and plying him into a stupor. Now Rathbone lay by their campfire on a golden sandbar in the shadow of the magpie's wing, snoring loudly as he slept in a fetal position. Shan could feel himself starting to drift away out of boredom, his head growing heavier by the moment, and was therefore extremely gratified when a stream of bubbles announced Ramsay's return. He and Mercia staggered out of the pool, leaving a trail of muddy footprints across the sand, but neither made any attempt to come and dry out by the fire. Instead, they made straight for the magpie's wing. "No treasure, then?" Shan inquired. "Seems a shame." He stifled a yawn and nudged Rathbone in the ribs, slightly harder than was necessary. There was a choking snort as the slumbering pirate snapped back to consciousness and glanced blearily around. "Forget treasure," said Ramsay firmly. "This isn't about treasure. This is about helping friends." And with that, leaving Shan and Rathbone to exchange bewildered glances, Ramsay hauled himself up the ship's ladder and out of sight. Chapter 8. Larina. The undead creature dragged itself closer and closer to Larina as she stared at it, mesmerized by a kind of grotesque fascination. Only when it raised its ancient blade to perform a high sweep did her survival instincts kick in. She brought her own sword up, reflexively, to block the blow with a juddering clang that reverberated through her entire body, shaking away the last of the shock. The creature raised its weapon again, and Larina ducked underneath the attack, taking the opportunity to thrust forward with a sharp stabbing motion, where the creature's heart should have been. Had it been alive, she'd have dealt a mortal blow. Instead, the skeleton's ribs shattered under the impact, but it kept advancing, seemingly impervious to any form of pain or fatigue caused by its advancing state of decay. Got to focus, she thought desperately. This is just like fighting any other opponent. You just have to find their weaknesses and exploit them. She began to move around it in a slow circle, watching its movements carefully. The thing had no eyes, after all. Perhaps it was tracking her based on noise or vibration she was making. To her dismay, the grinning skull turned smoothly to track her this way and that, and cadaverous feet shuffled around to face her, leaving dark scuffs in the dirt. Worth a try, she thought, aggressively plunging forward to see if she could make the thing back off. It didn't, but each one of her blows made the creature slide backwards, and that was enough for Larina to adopt a new strategy. It's just bones, she thought. It's strong, but not that heavy. She feinted once, then twice, noticing that the skeleton's movements were clumsy and reactive. It wasn't adapting, but merely blocking any attack as best it could. She began to land her blows higher and higher until their swords were sparking right in front of those empty eye sockets. And then Larina leapt, landing a double-footed flying kick on the Reaver's chest that left her sprawling on the rough ground. The full force of her impact was enough to knock the creature backward, its bony arms pinwheeling as it toppled over the edge of the path that wound around the fort and clattered onto the rocks below. Larina resisted the urge to peer over the cliff, turning instead to sprint up the path and help the others. She needn't have worried, for they seemed far less troubled by the existence of the walking undead than she. Now that she was able to watch more closely, the lurching creatures seemed to have personalities of their own. One was fumbling with a banana, apparently intent on having a mid-battle snack, until a stray shot splattered the fruit all over its rotten tunic. Two of its friends were embroiled in a tug-of-war over the same sword, snapping and snarling at one another as they heaved the weapon back and forth. Were they once pirates themselves? Larina quashed the thought for now. As she watched, Adelaide unloaded the contents of her blunderbuss into another of the skeletons at what amounted to point-blank range, exploding it in a shower of bone fragments and smoke. What little was left crumbled to the floor, back to being lifeless bone once more. Faisal, as Larina could have predicted, seemed to be holding a one-sided conversation with his skeletal adversary, teasing and taunting it as he danced nimbly out of its reach. It was a distraction, but an effective one, for it gave little Ned enough time to physically grab the creature from behind. His fingers curled around the exposed ribcage. Larina suppressed a shudder at the thought of what that must feel like. And before the skeleton could work out what was happening, Ned had raised it bodily over his head and thrown it with all his might far out toward the ocean.
Get in the sea,
he rumbled, dusting his hands. That seemed to be the last of them, at least for now. Looking around with trepidation in case any more of the undead decided to burst out of the scenery and cause trouble, Lorena staggered over to the others and placed one hand against the rocky wall to steady herself.
What in the seven hells were those?
She hissed accusingly, glowering at her crewmates as if she held them responsible.
Skeletons,
Ned replied.
it's what's inside your arms and legs and things,
He added helpfully.
I know what skeletons are, Ned,
She snapped.
I also know that dead bodies don't just randomly decide to get up and go for a stroll.
Not all of them, that's true. Adelaide was smirking, clearly amused at seeing the normally unflappable Lorena caught off balance. But you soon learn that on the Sea of Thieves, every rule can have its exceptions.
And you didn't think it was wise to tell me there was a possibility we might be bumping into the dearly departed during our voyage before we set sail?
Lorena was feeling more focused now, channeling her uncertainty into the righteous fury of someone who has been left out and is now ensuring there's hell to pay. Adelaide shrugged.
I assumed you knew,
She replied blithely, before turning and continuing up the winding path that led to the summit of the ancient fort.
I assumed you did not.
Faisal interjected, falling into step alongside Lorena and grinning widely.
But I thought it would be funnier if you found out like this.
Ow, Lorena replied curtly. My sides. Faisal at least seemed happy to bring Lorena up to speed, now that the crew had had their fun at her expense.
It is true that creatures like those are quite common in the wilder reaches of the world,
He explained as they climbed.
It is fair to say that not every pile of bones is going to leap up and attack you, but it is better to be cautious rather than paranoid.
Yes?
And surely you have heard tales of the undead?
Well, yes, Lorena admitted. But only tales. Ghost stories you tell kids to make them shut up and go to sleep. Legends. Faisal chuckled at that.
Out here you will soon learn that many of the old legends are true. I did say you had strange things to look forward to.
Well, next time, warn me if those strange things are going to try and hack my limbs off, Lorena said sourly. Really, though, skeletons? How does that work? Bodies need... She floundered, teetering on the brink of her biological expertise. Blood and brains and things. How can they even move around? Faisal shrugged.
I've never asked them.
He caught her expression and continued.
Some say that lost souls of long-dead pirates somehow find their way back to this world. Others suspect necromancy. Perhaps one day people will come with their contraptions, their microscopes, and find out the truth. Then the world will be just a little bit more ordinary, yes?
He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
For now, there is much we do not understand. And I like that very much indeed.
They continued to climb, the massive wooden stakes dropping away, and the rough wooden bridges becoming narrower and more treacherous as they approached the summit of the rock spire, around which the fort had been constructed. They were almost to the peak when a second wave of skeletons attacked, lurching forward out of shadowy alcoves with a loud hiss that was returned from on high. There were many more of them this time, but now Lorena knew what to expect and was keen to make up for her earlier hesitation. She fought savagely, hacking and slashing at any bony body she could reach, seeing no need to exercise restraint as she might have done against a human opponent. At one point, she gazed up and her eyes widened, for one of the skeletons had somehow managed to locate an old rifle, and its bony fingers were fumbling with the trigger, Lorena was able to hurtle across the distance between them and snatch the weapon away just in time, delivering 4 savage strikes with her blade that saw her foe collapsing into bone and dust. That seemed to be the fate of any undead whose body had been sufficiently damaged, she was realizing, as if whatever was reanimating the corpses could no longer hold them together. She spotted Adelaide, leaping nimbly from rock to rock, fighting a gaunt figure who, while certainly a skeleton like the others, seemed far more intelligent, she supposed was the right word. He was larger too, or at least seemed more imposing, for he donned a large brown cape and an old-fashioned tricorn hat. It turned to deliver a blow that fell just short of cutting Adelaide down halfway through her jump, giving Lorena a glimpse of dull grey metal on its face. It was an eye patch, one that, back when the creature was still a living, breathing pirate, had been screwed directly into the skull. It also appeared to be the last remaining Reaver, and Lorena moved to help combat it. It was clear immediately that this final foe did not intend to go down without a fight. Reaching down and scraping bony fingers along the ground with a noise that set Lorena's teeth on edge, the creature snagged a second blade. It moved with surprising agility, even with a weapon in each hand, slashing and stabbing as Adelaide's crew moved to surround it. Lorena wondered why Ned hadn't simply dispatched it with his blunderbuss and began to fumble with the rifle she'd stolen, hoping to land a shot that would end the battle then and there. "No!" Adelaide called, urgently, as she took aim, and Lorena paused, confused. The skeleton spun to face Lorena, now clearly convinced she was the greatest threat, and began to lurch in her direction. Lorena stood her ground, rifle unwavering, though her finger itched to pull the trigger before those twin swords could get anywhere near her. Adelaide seized her chance and leapt, bearing the skeleton to the floor from behind. Her sword cleaved away its fleshless right arm, while her empty hand wrenched savagely at its left, pulling the limb free and tossing it aside to writhe obscenely on the floor. With all her might, Adelaide grabbed at the skull and tugged, keeping her fingers clear of the snapping jaws until the hairless head finally came loose with a sickening crack. It was like watching a puppet with its strings cut. The severed limbs went limp, immediately tumbling apart. Only the skull, clutched between Adelaide's dirt-caked hands, remained intact. And even that was now as silent and lifeless as old bones should be. "Here, Lorena," said Adelaide pleasantly, her voice echoing unnaturally loudly in the sudden silence as she held forth the skull. "Allow me the pleasure of introducing you to Steel Eye Simeon." Once they were back in the privacy of the captain's cabin, Adelaide hung her hat and coat on a pair of golden pegs above her bed, and then turned her attention to the skull, placing it delicately inside the box the Order of Souls had provided, and snapping it shut with a deliberate click. "I don't want it grinning at me all night," she admitted. Lorena stood slumped against the wall, exhausted. She longed for a good night's sleep in anything approaching a proper bed, or even a pile of rags. But she guessed that retrieving the bounty was only half of the story. "So, what happens now?" "Now?" said Adelaide, busying herself in the large, curved mirror that adorned one wall of her quarters. "You'll go back to the Order of Souls with our underfed friend and gain some understanding of the kind of business they're really in. They'll try to offer you gold as payment for the bounty and send you on your way." She turned now, staring up at Lorena with an expression of utmost severity. "You are not to accept gold. Rather, there will be a parchment, and you are to insist upon that as your payment. They won't like that, but you have to insist. Do not walk away without the scroll. Not even a copy will suffice. Clear? Lorena had had enough. Enough of being patronized. Enough of being tested. She'd gone through hell the last few days, and this upstart captain, treating her like a child, was about all she could take. On one condition, she said icily, drawing herself up to her full height. When I return, I will be a member of your crew. Not a swabby, not a novice, and definitely not the butt of your jokes or your snide remarks. You've seen me fight. You've seen me sail. I think we can work well together. But if you can't treat me like an equal, then you might as well tell me, and I'll jump overboard here and now. Only you'd better throw the box away if that's the case, because there's no way you're handing it back to the Order of Souls without my help. To her surprise, Adelaide burst into a peal of laughter. You're so cocky. It's actually funny, she chuckled, slapping the table. You have no idea how hard I want to hit you right now. Not as badly as I want to choke you to pieces, Lorena shot back, surprised to find amusement edging into her own voice. Adelaide's laugh was infectious, and Lorena felt her lips curling into a smile. I mean, I could just put your head through the window for speaking to me that way, Adelaide guffawed. It's so infuriating. Try it, short ass. I'll find you a box to stand on. Both women howled with laughter at this, Lorena wiping tears of mirth away as the tension of the day evaporated and she found herself relaxing in Adelaide's presence for the first time. They traded laughter and insults in equal measure until the first rays of dawn. And when Faisal came to say that they'd sighted land, he found the two women surrounded by several empty bottles, collapsed side by side against the captain's desk, both still smiling. The Unforgiven arrived at Sanctuary Outpost, and Lorena made her way rather unsteadily toward the squat little building beneath which the Order of Souls did its business. There was no Aggie outside to greet her this time in the bright afternoon sun, so she invited herself inside, blanching slightly as she crossed the threshold. The smell was even worse than she remembered, and her stomach hadn't yet forgiven her for last night's reconciliation with Adelaide. Rather than the hunched figure of Phoebus that she'd been expecting, however, occupying the room was a gaunt and willowy woman whose attire reminded Lorena of a fairy tale genie, albeit a rather severe one. She seemed intent on studying the flame and did not turn around as Lorena approached. I'm looking for Winston Phoebus, Lorena declared without preamble. I have something for him. This appeared to rouse the woman from her trance-like state, and as she turned around, Lorena saw that her eyes were the color of midnight, surrounded by inky black streaks that cascaded down her high cheekbones and stained her face. Yesterday, she would have found the sight quite startling, but her first full day in the Sea of Thieves had already taught her to expect the unexpected, and she remained steadfast and motionless as the slender figure seemed to glide across the room toward her. My brother is indisposed, I'm afraid to say. It was a low and lilting voice with an indefinable accent, slightly thickened by the long-stemmed pipe that hung from the woman's mouth. Lorena had never taken to smoking and was no expert, but she was absolutely certain that what was smouldering in the pipe's bowl was something altogether stranger than tobacco. I am Madame Okulia. Like him, I represent the Order of Souls. Unlike him, I possess some measure of magical talent. She took a deep draught of her pipe and exhaled a pale smoke ring toward the ceiling. I'm struggling to see the family resemblance, Lorena thought to herself. But out loud, she said, "I brought your brother a bounty, as we had discussed." She tapped the box for emphasis. Try as she might, she found Okulia's black-eyed stare quite disconcerting, because it made it impossible to tell precisely where she was looking at any given moment. The mystic's long fingers reached for the box without asking, but Lorena stepped smartly backward, tugging the skull out of the woman's reach. For an instant, she thought she saw a flash of annoyance on Okulia's face before she regained her composure and smiled serenely. "Is this your first time working with us, my dear? It is perfectly normal for one like my brother, who does not possess my gifts, to deal with the facts and figures while I remain attuned to a higher plane. You may, of course, deliver your prize to me instead. And then," she added with the air of one bestowing a tremendous gift, "perhaps you would like to watch me work." Lorena very much did, if only to finally gain a complete understanding of the madness she'd been embroiled in since first encountering Faisal and the others, and so surrendered the box without further complaint. She watched intently as Okulia removed Simeon's skull from its resting place with something approaching reverence, following when beckoned toward the rear of the tent. There was a smaller table here, tucked behind a heavy velvet drape that provided some relief from the foul-smelling flames. It was stacked high with piles of parchment, all of which appeared to be curiously blank and lit only by a circle of the dribbling green candles. Simeon's skull already sat in the center of the circle, and Lorena squeezed herself into a small gap between the table and the wall so that she could watch Okulia intently. She wanted the best view of whatever sleight of hand this high and mighty woman intended to perform for her benefit. Taking 3 great puffs on her pipe, Okulia tipped some of its contents into the skull's eye sockets so that they began to glow with an ethereal light of their own. Next, she bent toward the skull, and for a moment, Lorena recoiled, believing that the strange woman intended to kiss it. Instead, Okulia merely whispered some sort of incantation into the hole where there was once a human ear, before exhaling, blowing a ring of pipe smoke into the skull's open jaw. The reaction was extraordinary, for the smoke began to curl around and writhe like a living thing, twisting through the skull in snake-like contortions, before Okulia inhaled sharply, drawing the smoke into her mouth. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light, but it looked for all the world like words and images were flowing across the woman's skin in the same dark ink that ringed her eyes. Try as she might, Lorena could detect no mere conjuring trick at play. The mystic had grasped a tightly rolled parchment in her free hand, and the symbols appeared to be flowing along her outstretched arms and toward it. The skull's eyes were glowing white-hot now, the light becoming painful to look at directly, and yet more phrases spilled across the woman's skin toward the scroll. Suddenly, the skull flared so brightly that Lorena shielded her gaze instinctively. Just as quickly, the glow was gone. Okulia's eyes were normal, and she was examining the parchment critically. Beside her, Simeon's skull was now little more than a pile of crumbling dust. Yes, Okulia mused, still in that same lilting tone as her gaze roved up and down the scroll. These are good memories, very strong, very clear. Suddenly, all business, she moved to the front of the tent once more and began to bind and seal the parchment with twine. Good memories? Lorena repeated, skeptically, following in her wake. She was slightly discomfited to see that 2 of the Order's hooded lackeys had taken up positions in the shadows, perhaps alerted by the sight and sound of Akulia's ritual or magic or whatever it had been. Memories of what? Who can say? Akulia examined the parchment critically, making sure it was just so. Buried treasure, perhaps? Or dark regrets? Well, I suppose I'll find out, Lorena began, reaching out for the coiled scroll. But now it was she who found her fingers closing around empty air, for it had been tugged out of her grasp. Okulia's smile was still in place, but it had hardened slightly. Did my brother not explain? Your recompense for the skull will be gold coins. We keep the parchment, for there are those who will pay us handsomely for such valuable information. You can consider me one of them, Lorena insisted. Sell the scroll to me. She decided that now was not the moment to mention her empty purse. I'm afraid these particular memories have long been sought after, Akulia said firmly, and the Order has already agreed a sale of this document to another buyer. I am sure you can understand that we would not wish to jeopardize future relationships with our clients by breaking our half of the bargain. Instead, please do enjoy your fee and the knowledge that thanks to your courage, the Sea of Thieves is now a slightly safer place. One of the robed figures thrust a bag of coins out toward her, and Lorena hesitated. She'd sworn to Adelaide that she'd come back with the parchment one way or another, and she was certain that Akulia herself would be a pushover if it came to a fight. But in this cramped space, could she really take on 3 of the Order at once? Looks like I'm about to find out, she thought, her expression hardening. Well, if these memories really are as valuable as you say, then I hardly think a purse of gold is fair payment. I say you're trying to cheat me. Since you can't very well give me back the skull, you can just surrender the parchment, and I won't need to tell every passing pirate what a bunch of lying two-bit swindlers you are. Lorena placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. And if not, well, I'll just have to fight you. All of you, if I have to. If you're thinking that I won't make it out alive, you may be right. But I promise you that you won't either. She grinned defiantly. What will they do with your skull, do you think? There was no longer any pretense of friendship on Akulia's face as she glowered over the desk. You dare to meddle in our affairs, insult our ancient art and threaten us? Then to declare that we are the disreputable ones? You, who are nothing but an odious pirate, come swaggering in here alone? I agree. She could use a good bath. One of the robed figures interrupted. But to say that she is alone is, I think, quite incorrect, yes? Lorena stared in astonishment as Faisal pushed back the hood of the cloak he donned and stepped forward, abandoning his disguise and drawing a thin blade. Adelaide, who'd been concealed in the other robe, did the same. Akulia flinched as the scroll was tugged roughly from her hands, well aware she was surrounded. Now we will part ways, Faisal continued. But to show you our good intentions, we will not be charging for our services today. Enjoy your evening, please. The 3 pirates backed toward the flap that served as the tent's exit, with Faisal's blade still flashing menacingly in the fire. Only when they were outside did they discard the Order's robes and sprint toward the ship. It's ready to cast off, Faisal explained, breathlessly, as they pounded through the busy streets, back toward the dock, where the Unforgiven was waiting. I think that perhaps we have worn out our welcome here in Sanctuary, at least for a while. Sure you want me aboard? Lorena vaulted over a wandering cockerel, who was too slow or too stupid to get out of her way. I mean, I didn't exactly get the parchment. You were willing to die trying, Adelaide pointed out, shunting a startled stallholder out of her path.
That's the mixture of courage and crazy I'm looking for in a new crew member. We can shake on it when nobody's trying to kill us.
Lorena laughed at that, then reached out to catch Faisal's arm, steadying him even as his feet struck a patch of loose gravel and he started to stumble. Shouting and bantering, they tore along the newly patched-up boardwalk, piled up the gangplank, and sailed back out to sea before anyone could stop them. On the cliffs high above, an unseen figure watched them go. Chapter 9. Ramsey. Mercia headed to the crow's nest immediately upon her return to the magpie's wing, for her head was spinning both with the night's revelations and with the dying refrain of the music she'd heard. She desperately wanted to clear her brain, to try and make sense of everything that had happened. She'd been staring blankly out at the horizon for less than an hour before the creaking of the ladder roused her from her thoughts. She expected to see Rathbone, whose face seemed to be set in a permanent scowl these days, hauling himself up into the little wooden basket atop the mast. In fact, it was Shan who plopped down beside her, seemingly content to say nothing, and just stare placidly at the horizon. Mercia would have indulged him, but the crow's nest was scarcely big enough for two. "Is my shift over already?" she asked, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice, and only partly succeeding. "I've always thought of myself as a bit of a tinkerer," Shan said conversationally, as if Mercia hadn't spoken. "Happy to let the ebb and flows carry me through life. Never really needed a long-term plan, as long as I've had something to keep me busy. Content to go along with my crew. But it's just the four of us out here now, see? We need to be sure we're all dancing to the same tune, or we won't survive. And right now it feels like you and the captain are dancing a waltz, while the rest of us are standing around a maypole." "That was some metaphor," Mercia said dryly. "Well, let me put it another way. What the hell is going on, Mercia? What did you find down in a soggy hole that's got us racing out to the middle of nowhere at full speed? The captain must know that Rathbone's angrier than a wasp in a wine bottle." Mercia let out a deep sigh. "If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And I know that sounds like an excuse, Shan, but I'm not sure I believe me. Ramsey thinks you need to see for yourselves, like we did. If we just told you, there's every chance you'd think us both cracked, and we're gonna need all of us dancing, as you put it, together tonight." Shan looked more pensive than she'd ever seen him. "Well, we've got a full hold and a fair wind," he said finally. "It's trust we're running low on. Hopefully, there's some to be found, wherever it is we're heading." "There is, I promise. Or do I have to swear an oath?" "No oaths," said Shan. "But the next round is definitely yours." Mercia gave a nod and a small smile, and Shan swung nimbly back onto the ladder, dropping the last few feet to the deck. Rathbone, who was at the helm and grudgingly following Ramsey's directions, gave him an inquiring glance. But Shan merely shrugged and turned his attention to the sails. He could feel a cold glare boring into the back of his skull for the rest of their journey. They sailed until their maps and charts could guide them no farther. And Ramsey came above deck to stand moodily at the front of the ship, one hand on his compass and the other resting on the railing, as if urging the magpie's wing to move faster. When Mercia gave a curt whistle from on high, he began to move rapidly about the ship, extinguishing the lanterns one by one and half furling the sails to slow their approach. It was easy to see why he wished to approach as covertly as they could, for 3 distinctive shapes were visible, even at this distance. A trio of galleons at rest, moored in a line that bent to follow the curve of a sandy beach. Ramsay bade them weigh anchor, lurking out of sight, behind a small atoll that disguised their profile. He led them down to the map room and unfurled a crude map he'd sketched so recently that the ink had barely had time to dry.
I'll keep this short, for we've not much night left. This island's a hideout for a group who've laid claim to these waters, he explained. As you've seen, we're outnumbered, but no one knows we're here yet. If we're shrewd, we can get the drop on them. Their camp is deep within a cave system at the heart of the jungle. And if you follow the river from here to here, you'll spy it soon enough. He jabbed his thumb twice at the map. Now, there could be a dozen pirates here, perhaps more. But they'll likely not all be together. Some will be asleep, some will be on watch, and others, well, Shannon Rathbone, that's where you come in. Use the river, head downstream into the cave, and keep as quiet as mice. You'll get to see how many are still at the camp. If I'm right, you'll also come to understand why we've come all this way. But you're not to pick a fight. You can't win. You hear me? Count heads and come home.
You make us sound like a group of reckless thugs, Shan said dryly, tracing the outline of the river with his finger, as if he was trying to commit every bend to memory. Where will you be? Ramsay grinned in the moonlight.
Baiting traps.
To Rathbone's continued annoyance, Shan insisted on total silence as they crouched and crawled their way through a dense and tangled mass of vines and undergrowth. Once or twice, they spotted drawings of the sort that always drew Mercia's attention on their travels. Strange runic depictions of what seemed to be swimmers praying to the sun. Or was it a pig? Something else entirely? They had more pressing concerns, Rathbone decided, and put it from his mind. They found the river easily enough, the bubbling spring at its source, guiding them by sound rather than sight. They traced its bank carefully as it wound its way through the disorienting labyrinth of trees and plants, though the thick jungle made it increasingly difficult to follow. Before long, they were forced to wade into the water, trying not to slip on sharp stones or lose their boots to the cloying mud. Eventually, the river itself delved underground, plunging into a gap between 2 rocks and down into darkness. It was deeper here, and the 2 men were forced to swim a short way, carefully holding their lanterns high over their heads so that they could still see. Luckily, the subterranean tunnel through which they moved opened out shortly after. They were able to clamber out onto a broad ledge that ran parallel to the river. The lamplight revealed yet more painted swimmers adorning the walls, suggesting that this passageway had once been used regularly, though to what end was anyone's guess. They spent another hour crawling their way across slimy rocks, seeking out every safe handhold and foothold with painstaking care. For the river was flowing faster and more dangerously as they descended. They could hear the distant sound of a fiddle echoing in the distance, and reluctantly snuffed out their lights. Both men inched forward in the inky blackness, guided now only by the music and the susurration of the ever-rushing water. Finally, the path began to brighten with the flickering orange of a distant campfire, and they could hear the raucous laughter of people enjoying themselves. Here they paused, for moving any closer would risk stepping into view of a dozen unwelcoming pirates. Somehow, they needed to see without being seen. As Rathbone chewed his lip in thought, his eyes came to rest on another of the faded cave paintings. Like the others, this one seemed to make little sense. 2 rows of stick figures, one above the other, with a zigzag of dots between the groupings, and a boar's head in the center. It seemed a strange place to have left such a doodle, and he stared at it for a moment before an idea struck him. What if it was more than just a piece of primitive art? Reaching out to caress the wall around the drawing, Rathbone's questing fingers found the first foothold carved crudely into the rock. As he suspected, the image was instructional, guiding him toward a series of alcoves that would allow him to reach the hideout's upper level. He began to haul himself higher and higher, moving each of his limbs in turn to find the next niche, until he was eventually splayed out on a high ledge. He helped Shan climb up alongside him, and together the 2 men wriggled forward on their bellies, peering down from the darkness. The high shelf onto which they'd climbed acted almost as a gallery, surrounding and overlooking a large central cavern into which they could peek without being spotted. It was here that the pirates had made their home, and just as the drawing depicted, there was an enormous boar skull dominating the scene. It was huge, larger than any living beast Shan had seen, and it had been placed reverentially atop an ornate plinth carved out of the rock itself, with several smaller skulls and miscellaneous bones scattered around it. The cackling revelers below paid it no heed, however. There were 8 that Shan could see in total, though 2 were snoring loudly. Those who were still awake were focused on jeering and cavorting around a large wooden construction, and Rathbone eased himself out over thin air so that he could get a better look at it. It's a cage, he thought in surprise. Stretching forward as far as he dared, he could just about make out 2 figures huddled within the stout bars. Prisoners, and mistreated ones, for those pirates who hadn't collapsed into a drunken stupor were poking at them with sticks and issuing mocking threats. For a moment, Rathbone feared that it might be Ramsay and Mercia, that they'd been captured, and that the magpie's wing was now either seized or scuttled at the enemy's hands. Ramsay would never sit that quietly, he considered. And he mentioned something about friends. What could he have meant? Well, if he couldn't see, he'd just have to listen.
Oi, Douglas,
One of the pirates belched.
how comes I has to go on watch next day? It's not like anyone even knows we're here.
He blew his nose noisily on the hem of his coat, and upon discovering his bottle was empty, tossed it in a lazy arc into the river. The largest man, whose ruddy face was framed by a lion's mane of bright red hair, growled.
You'll go because I said so, Gripper. And because you don't want my blade in your belly. This is the biggest catch of our lives. And if I learn anyone's put our plunder at risk because they were too lazy or too stupid to stick to the plan, I'll personally feed him to the sharks 1 piece at a time. And I'll save the eyes till last so they can watch.
A bully, Rathbone thought, but an effective one, if he's got 3 ships at his command. Once he's cut down, however, it was tempting, here in the darkness, to simply draw his pistol and put a shot between those piggy little eyes. But it would also likely be the last thing Rathbone ever did. Gripper, it seemed, was either too daft or too drunk to know when not to push his luck.
Yeah, well, that one won't eat what we gives it anyway,
He complained, delivering a savage kick to the cage.
if you ask me.
Douglas moved so quickly, that Rathbone never even saw the shot. He heard the bang, though, and felt it echo around the cavern with a deafening boom that silenced every pirate instantly. They, along with Rathbone and Shan high above, stared wordlessly at Gripper as he toppled forward, his limp form tumbling down the rocky slopes and into the river to bob away along with his bottle. The scene was a frozen tableau, for no one dared to be the first to speak, at least until a rumpled-looking young pirate tore into the room. She was breathless and looked to have sprinted for some distance. "Fire!" she yelled. "Ship afire!" That was enough to snap the assembled pirates from their horrified trance, and they began to clamor in confusion.
Zoons! Douglas bellowed. Is it treachery? Or just another fool who wants to dance with a cat of nine tails? Never mind,
he added, immediately answering his own question. Hauling the two sleeping pirates to their feet, he dragged them to the river and dunked their heads under for several seconds, assuring he had their full attention when he finally dropped them back on dry land.
Take Norris, Smiley and Bo and make sure every single ship is as it should be. And if you find the ones who tried to scupper us, you're to leave them alive till I get there. You understand?
Smiley, but we can't find... The pirate whimpered, then thought better of arguing. Wordlessly, she and her dripping comrades fled from Douglas's fury and out of the caves as fast as their unsteady legs could carry them.
You two!
Douglas growled, rounding on two startled young men who were trying to linger at the back of the crowd.
Stay here and guard the prisoners. Everyone else, form search parties.
He lumbered toward the cave's main entrance.
There's no one who knows this island better than us. Whoever's out there will be shark bait by morning.
Cursing and muttering, he and his crew filed out of the cave and out of sight. That just left two bewildered pirates staring blankly at one another, so confused by the sudden turn of events that they were completely unprepared when Rathbone and Shan dropped from overhead and felled them like two sacks of potatoes. Once he was satisfied both men were out cold, Rathbone stepped out of the shadows and holstered his weapon. "Don't worry," he called out to the occupants of the cage. "We're friends. We're here to help." "I'm not sure they'll understand you." Shan had already moved to the bars of the cage, which was half submerged in a deep pool, and gotten a clear look at its occupants. Now the older man looked as pale as a fresh sheet, the first time Rathbone could remember seeing him visibly shaken. With some trepidation, Rathbone stepped and stared into the cage. From within its confines, their yellow eyes blazing in the firelight, two merfolk stared back. Smiley the pirate was having the worst night of his life. He'd been given first watch, which was bad enough. That meant that while he was out patrolling the rough pathways and passages that crisscrossed the island hideaway, the others were back at camp with the best of the evening meal and, more likely than not, a fresh cask of grog to accompany it. By the time Smiley got back, he was lucky to find a plate of cold leftovers to call his own. Then there was the snake, which began coiling its way around his leg as he stopped for a quiet smoke out of the wind. Smiley hated snakes, and though he'd managed to slip out of his boot just in time, he hadn't dared approach the wretched creature to reclaim it. Now he was hobbling around the island with one stockinged foot, feeling foolish. To make matters worse, his arm seemed to be getting worse. He'd snuck another look at it earlier, when no one was around. 4 days had passed since he defied Douglas's orders and snaffled a golden idol for himself while exploring one of the island's many shrines. Now shadowy flecks of amber were visible in the veins of his hand and wrist, as if the little totem had been under some protective magic or other. His little finger was almost completely immobile now, but he didn't dare tell the others, in case they decided a solid gold arm was worth more than Smiley himself. Finally, as Smiley trudged along his route, feeling immensely sorry for himself, a man the size of a small bear had plummeted out of the treetops and landed on his head. Now Smiley was hanging upside down from a sturdy branch, bound and gagged. The terrifying figure and his accomplice made Smiley spill his guts about everything Douglas's gang had been up to, how many of them were on the island, and the plan for their 2 prisoners. When Smiley mentioned the bit about taking the merfolk far from the Sea of Thieves to sell, the woman struck him with a blow that he felt sure ought to have taken his head clean off. Even so, he begged her to take him prisoner, lock him in the brig, or even make him walk the plank out at sea. Anything seemed better than being found by Douglas and made to explain himself. He'd been left swinging regardless, high in the branches and too ashamed to even call for help. Smiley was forced to watch as one of their 3 ships was set ablaze, lamp oil burning brightly across her deck and flames bubbling the paint of the hull. 3 of his shipmates raced aboard, buckets in hand to extinguish the blaze, only to be blasted into the ocean by cannon fire from their sister ship, which was now under control of the trespassers. Douglas and his search party located Smiley shortly after, and he hung forlornly, confessing everything. He begged to be cut down, to be allowed to rejoin the fight and take revenge. But Douglas spat on the ground below him and declared that Smiley could be left there to rot as far as he was concerned, an example to others. Now Smiley was swinging, trying to get enough momentum to hack his sword into the bindings that held his feet. His wild swipes were missing by mere inches as he rocked back and forth. Finally, by curling his stomach as tight as it could go, he managed to land a blow that struck more by luck than judgment. It was only enough to fray the stout rope, but it spurred Smiley into landing a second blow, then a third. There was a lurch, a snap, and Smiley was in free fall, landing painfully on the hard ground, face first. After a moment lying in a painful private world of his own, he reached beneath himself and began groping around, for he'd landed on something that was proving incredibly uncomfortable. Forcing himself onto his hands and knees, he pulled the mysterious object out from under his belly. It was a boot. His boot, Smiley realized, with a rising sense of dread. His boot, and a very, very angry snake. "Hurry up!" said Rathbone, for the 5th time in as many minutes. "I thought you said you could pick the lock." He was pacing, agitated, trying to keep watch on all possible entrances at once, while Shan crouched in the icy water and fumbled at the door of the cage. The merfolk within stared impassively as he stamped back and forth. "I did say that," Shan agreed, his speech rather slurred, thanks to the selection of slender metal implements clenched between his teeth. "But the thing about this lock, the main thing about this lock, right, is what? Is that I can't pick it," Shan admitted, spitting his tools back into his hand and clambering out of the pool. "Not without the rest of my tools. I don't suppose..." "No," said Rathbone firmly. "We'd never make it to the ship and back before that Douglas and his thugs caught up to us." He swore and shook his head in disbelief. "Merfolk. I mean, you always heard the stories, but never expected to see them in the flesh." Shan had to admit that Rathbone was right. The 2 creatures were captivating, Their faces were mostly human, with features that suggested one was male and the other female, though a few lines here and there hinted at the existence of gills and fins somewhere in their heritage. Their skin looked tough, like flattened scales, and seemed to be slightly pearlescent, shifting between white and silver, depending on how you looked at them. Much of their bodies were wrapped in a strange, smooth material that looked like nothing he'd ever seen before, and seemed to flow effortlessly in water. The coverings extended all the way down past their waists and tied together neatly in a point, making it impossible to tell with any certainty whether they were disguising something approaching a pair of human legs or, like the legends promised, an enormous fish-like tail. The two Mer had been watching the two men intently with large and doleful expressions, but so far they'd given no indication that they understood anything that was being said. Forcing himself to think less about the cage's occupants and more about the current predicament, Shan began to join Rathbone in pacing around the cave. So, we can't pick the lock, can't smash the bars. Reckon all four of us could carry the cage? No, Rathbone said curtly. Even if we could, who knows if merfolk can survive out of water? We need the key, and somehow I doubt Douglas is just going to hand it over. You know, I think he might. Rathbone's hand went to his pistol, for Douglas's looming form had appeared at the entrance to the cave, but the voice was Ramsay's. He came in close behind the furious pirate, holding him at sword point. Personally, I was hoping he'd have swallowed it for safekeeping, so I'd have the pleasure of cutting it out of him. But young Smiley tells me it's on a chain around his neck. You've no business coming here and meddling in my affairs, you self-righteous prig, Douglas snarled. Just 'cause you got here first doesn't mean you run the whole damn ocean. Not yet, Ramsay muttered, and there was a glint in his eye as he spoke those words. But I know more about being a pirate than you ever will, boy. And what separates us from kings and queens is we don't treat people like things. Not out here. Not even if we hate them more than anything in the world. People aren't property. He practically spat the last word as he reached for the key to the cage. It was rare for Ramsay not to be the tallest person in the room, but he almost had to stand on tiptoe to grasp the silver chain around his captive's neck. He made no effort to lift the key away, but merely gave a savage yank so that Douglas choked and the necklace snapped. Ramsay tossed the key to Shan, who caught it ably and began to fumble with the cage's lock while the merfolk looked on, silent as ever. There were quiet footsteps behind him, and he turned to address Mercia as she entered. Did you find the rest of his little gang? All awake, but tied up tight, she confirmed, and a bit singed. No wonder, she reflected, considering the amount of gunpowder she and Ramsay had tipped over Douglas and his crew as they'd re-entered the camp, covering them in a thick grey coat. The expression on Ramsay's face as he dropped a burning torch down onto the group was one she wouldn't forget in a hurry. Mercia stepped forward, giving a little smile in the direction of the merfolk. They all watched in anticipatory silence as Shan slid the key into the cage's lock, though Douglas still shook in barely suppressed rage. The door swung wide open, and that was when everything happened at once. Smiley, who had snuck back into the camp just in time to witness Douglas's capture, decided that this was his opportunity to make amends. He leapt down from the dark ledges overhead with a loaded blunderbuss in his hands. But as he landed, his leg, bloodied and swollen by a dozen snake bites, gave out from under him. Smiley lost his footing, tumbled into the rock pool, and bashed his head against the cage. The ambush seemed to finally startle the merfolk into motion, and they fled from their prison, diving into the waiting river with 2 great splashes. What happened to them next, no one could say for sure. As Smiley's frantic thrashing sent water cascading in all directions, extinguishing the hideout's campfire and casting the cave into darkness. Seizing his chance in the confusion, Douglas stepped forward, turning to swing a vicious punch at the captain who'd cost him his prisoners. Ramsay, feeling the bulk of the man shifting away from him in the darkness, was faster. His sword came down sharply against Douglas's ribs, tearing through his tunic with ease. And yet, to his surprise, the blade seemed to bounce away as harmlessly as if he'd struck stone. He had just enough time to land a second, equally ineffectual strike against the man's leg before being lifted clean off his feet as Douglas's fist connected. It felt like being hit by a sack full of broken bricks. Ramsay flew backward, crashing into the boar's head and dislodging it from its place atop the altar. Disturbing the remains appeared to trigger some kind of ancient mechanism, possibly a trap, left behind to protect the shrine, for the ground immediately began to quake. A ghostly blue light flooded the cave as the entire monument began to glow. It illuminated Douglas, who was standing over the fallen Ramsay with a large boulder held high above his head, meaning to crush him. He might very well have succeeded had Shan not scrambled for the blunderbuss lying next to Smiley's stricken form and unloaded its contents into the giant's back. Douglas staggered, but did not fall. And as he shrugged off the shredded remains of his coat, the others could finally see why. Almost half of Douglas's swarthy body was calcified, his skin the texture of roughly hewn stone.
Caught myself a little curse a while back,
He roared gleefully as he caught their astounded expressions.
Must have stolen something what didn't want stealing.
Behind him, a fine trickle of sand began to pour from the ceiling.
Reckon I don't have long left, but I'll last longer than ye curs.
He brought the rock down against the altar with enough force that the stone plinth actually cracked. But Ramsay was no longer upon it, having disentangled himself and rolled aside just in time. More dirt was cascading down now, and the cave's exit was already half blocked by rubble. Whatever the purpose of the shrine had once been, its desecration had triggered an avalanche that looked set to entomb them all. Ramsay ducked another of Douglas's blows, searching wildly for a weapon that might pierce that unnaturally thick hide. But a large slab of stone, crashing down an inch to his left, made him reconsider the wisdom of fighting a rock-skinned behemoth in a rapidly collapsing cave. The merfolk, he realized, were nowhere to be seen, and he realized what that must mean.
Into the water!
He bellowed at the others, staggering as a rocky fist grazed his cheek and left a deep cut across it.
Before we're buried alive!
One by one, his crew threw themselves into the raging river, and Ramsay ducked under Douglas's outstretched arms to do the same.
You'll not get away!
Douglas howled, leaping into the river after Ramsay, as if to grab him in a great bear hug. Only when he hit the water did his beady eyes widen in fear and understanding. For while Ramsay was buoyed along on the river's foamy surface, Douglas himself was far less fortunate. The curse of his stony flesh bore him helplessly down to the riverbed, and while he tenaciously tried to take a few faltering steps after the fleeing pirates, it was clear that he'd never be able to hold his breath long enough to escape. After a moment, Douglas was forced to scramble back onto the riverbank, buckling under blows from tumbling rocks as he scrabbled uselessly against the rubble in search of an exit. There was an almighty crack. More enormous stones crashed down into the cave, and a billowing curtain of dust took him at last from Ramsay's sight. The river carried them carelessly outside, bumping and scraping them all off rocky outcroppings, and once plunging them over a small waterfall. They were all bruised and battered as they finally staggered back onto dry land, finding themselves only a short distance from the magpie's wing. Exhausted, they stumbled back up the gangplank and would have fallen asleep then and there, if not for a strange keening sound that seemed to take up all around the ship. Looking over the railings, the four pirates saw that they were flanked on every side by at least 100 merfolk. It was hard to tell exactly, for they were all cavorting in celebration, diving and flipping and spiraling around one another. "What's this?" Rathbone asked, bemused but curious. "They come to thank us?" "More than that," said Ramsay cheerfully, clapping Rathbone on his aching back and making him wince. "They've come to keep up their part of the bargain." Chapter 10. Larina. Once the distant lights of Sanctuary Outpost had faded from sight, Adelaide and the crew took their places at the map table and spread the parchment out in front of them. Larina wasn't entirely certain what form Simeon's memories would take, but she assumed some kind of map or chart would be involved. Rather, the parchment contained just 2 lines of spidery writing. "On strangled shores, my ship you seek. Begin your search at Tribute Peak." Privately, Larina didn't think that this was much to go on, and certainly not worth the grief they'd been through to obtain the information. The others seemed satisfied with what little they knew, though, and clustered around the table until they located Tribute Peak in a distant corner of the map. While Faisal and Ned headed above decks to set a course, Adelaide asked Larina to linger for a moment. "I'm sure you must think this is all just a wild goose chase," she said preemptively. Surprised, Larina nodded. "Oh, don't look so startled. You don't hide your emotions that well." "Well, I expected something a little less cryptic," Larina retorted, indicating the parchment. "It barely tells us anything, assuming it can even be trusted." "It can," Adelaide said firmly. "Memories aren't always easy to interpret, but they don't lie. Besides, I knew Captain Simeon. Back when he was alive, I mean. I was a deckhand on his crew when I was young." "You were?" Larina stared. "That didn't stop you from pulling his head clean off." Adelaide merely shrugged. "Better to be properly at rest than rattling around as a pile of bones for all eternity. He'd have thanked me." She gave Larina a look. "Or are you saying you wouldn't want me to do the same for you if it came to it?" "It won't. Are you saying you know for sure that these memories of Simeon's are going to lead us to something good?" Adelaide moved to the Unforgiven's tiny kitchen and began to fish around in cupboards and cabinets until she produced a bottle of dark red wine and 2 tankards. "He ran a tight ship, did Simeon. As far as he was concerned, the captain's word was law. So he never used to tell the crew much." "How terrible to be kept out of the loop like that," Larina said, dryly, which earned her a scowl along with a proffered share of the wine. She took both with good humor. "One night, I was up late." Adelaide took a deep swig of her drink and looked vaguely embarrassed. "Truth was, I was stealing food from the galley,
So when old Steel Eye came in, I hid. I still don't really know why I did it. Perhaps I was already fed up of following orders. Anyway, him and his first mate started talking, and Simeon told her that he was sure he'd found it this time. Sure that he'd found a clue to Athena's fortune. It took all Lorina's self-control not to choke on her wine, and she was glad that the tankard obscured her shocked expression. The Unforgiven had been in dock when she'd arrived. Was it possible that Adelaide had been somehow goading her all this time, attempting to influence her actions with those stupid handwritten notes? This was a hell of a way to reveal her trickery, if so. No, she decided after a moment. This was no prank, for there was no trace of mischief on Adelaide's face, and she'd have been unable to disguise her glee at a successful joke. Lorina decided to play dumb. "What's Athena's fortune?" she asked, disinterestedly, reaching for the wine and topping up their glasses as though they were discussing any old trinket. She expected Adelaide to scoff at the question, but the captain seemed happy enough to answer. "I didn't know either, not back then. Whatever it was sounded very important anyway. Important enough for Simeon to risk life and limb going after it. I might have learned more, but at that point, a rat bit my ear. I yelped, and they found me. Flogged me, of course, and put me off the ship at the next port. But I kept hunting for clues, and eventually, I found an old fiddle player in a tavern who told me that Athena's fortune is what they call the most valuable treasure of the Pirate Lord." "And then," Lorina said slowly, finally starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together, "you learned that Simeon had died, or undied, or whatever the term is. Became a skeleton, I mean. She didn't know what a Pirate Lord was, but it sounded important." "Yes, and I knew that the Order of Souls was bound to put a bounty out on him sooner or later. Whatever memories they were able to get from him, I was sure they'd help lead to Athena's fortune, assuming he ever found it." Adelaide set her empty mug down on the table with a satisfied burp. "The most prized treasure of the greatest pirate who ever lived. That's got to be worth chasing, don't you think?" Adelaide moved to say more, but was interrupted as Ned stuck his head through the hatchway. "What is it?"
Trouble.
Ned said simply. The two women shared a glance and rose swiftly, jogging up the stairs to the upper deck, where Faisal was standing, spyglass in hand, gazing out at the horizon.
It would appear that we are being followed,
he informed them, with none of his usual playfulness.
We have changed course twice, and they have matched our heading both times.
"Is it the Order?" Lorina asked, squinting, as if she could somehow make out the other ship through sheer force of will. "Unlikely," said Adelaide. "They're a bunch of hocus-pocus merchants who normally rely on pirates to do their fighting for them. I suppose it's possible they'd put a bounty on us, but I've never heard of them doing that for anyone who wasn't a skelly." "I never heard of anyone stealing their wares," Faisal suggested grimly. "We did make quite a commotion leaving town, however, so it could be that other pirates know we have something worth taking. I think that they must be faster than us. But for now, they seem content to keep their distance and let us know that we are being followed. That, or they want to work out where we might be heading before they try and sink us," Adelaide retorted. "Any bad weather around? Somewhere we can lose them? I'm not keen for them to know our destination." "It might be too late for that," Lorina reminded her. "Akulia looked at the parchment too. If we spend time hiding or trying to throw the ship off the scent, we might find their friends have had time to set up an ambush at Tribute Peak."
We could take them head on,
Ned offered.
They might not expect us to hit first.
Adelheid pondered this for a moment. Faster is better, she said finally. I want us to see if we can outrun them. If they can't see us, they might give up and turn tail. And at the very least, it'll give us a chance to hide. The crew went about their business, tilting the ship's great sails to catch all the wind they could. But even as they tore across the waves, Faisal reported that the other ship continued to gain on them. They could see it with the naked eye now, a dark and ominous smudge on the horizon, growing steadily larger. Finally, a frustrated Adelheid ordered all non-essential supplies to be thrown overboard in an effort to lighten the load. Barrels of fruit and dried meat, crates packed with plundered weapons and ammunition, even the bed from the captain's cabin. It all went overboard, one item at a time, along with the spare sails and boxes of gold the crew had built up over the months. Faisal made a point of marking the position on the map in case they one day had a chance to come back. But abandoning all of their treasure left them in a somber mood indeed. Even Larina felt curiously glum about having no belongings of her own to surrender, save for the single golden coin tucked safely in her boot. Even with all these sacrifices, though, the other ship continued to bear down upon them. They could see her clearly through the spyglass now. She was a modified galleon that Faisal recognized as the Black Gauntlet, reportedly now under the command of a fearsome captain with a reputation for taking home some of the Order's most notable bounties. The Black Gauntlet herself was equally formidable. Her hull had been reinforced with steel bands that Larina supposed might help brace against cannon fire. Piles of powder kegs had been piled on the deck so that they could be thrown overboard, acting as floating time bombs that could damage and destroy any ship that might pursue them. They could see harpoon guns, too, capable of launching vicious spears that could tether two ships together if used effectively, not to mention skewer her crew. Larina lowered the spyglass momentarily, dazzling herself as the hot sun caught the lens. As she blinked furiously in an effort to keep the purple spots out of her vision, the first vestiges of a plan began to form in her head. She stood for a few moments pondering. There was a good chance something could go wrong, she knew. But there was also a chance everything could go right. Faisal, she called across. What do you know about the captain of that ship? If you are thinking that you can appeal to his better nature, I am not certain that he remembers where he buried it, Faisal shouted back over the roar of the waves. All I know is that his name is Quince, and that he is a military man, strong as an ox, they say. So, he's a soldier, but not a tactician, Larina thought to herself. Out loud, she asked, if he was a soldier, would he know about flags and signals, things like that? I would suppose. Faisal looked at her curiously. Do you have a plan? If it works, I'll let you know, she called, already halfway up to the ship's wheel. Adelheid, I think I've got us a way out of this, but you're not going to like it. I'm glad you're a pirate and not a politician, because that was a terrible speech, Adelheid grumbled. What won't I like about it? Well, Larina hesitated, but she'd come this far. All of it, honestly. Oh, and I'm gonna have to borrow Ned. Captain Quince, sir? Quince, who had been inspecting the newly installed cannons that ran along the deck of the Black Gauntlet, harumphed at the sound of his name and glanced upward. To his surprise, he saw that the scruffy little ship they were pursuing was beginning to turn, so that its own relatively meager arsenal was aiming directly at their prow. So they've decided to make a fight of it, have they? He barked. Lucky, I say. I was starting to get bored of the whole bloody cat and mouse game after all. Prepare to fire!
Said a nearby deckhand meekly. I believe the plan was to bring them in alive, sir? He flinched as Quince rounded on him. For the captain was a great bull of a man. Not tall, but as solid as a slab of beef, with a great whiskery moustache that bristled when he was angry, which was often. Two piercing blue eyes bored into the deckhand, who was already regretting ever having spoken.
Don't be a bloody idiot, boy, the captain snapped. Bringing prisoners aboard is a fool's game. No, they deserve to be scuppered, and scuppered they shall be. Can't have the companies thinking pirates can't get the job done, or that'll be the end of the contracts. Do you want to spend the rest of your life digging up crusty old boxes on a godforsaken beach, lad?
Well, no, sir, but...
Precisely!
Quince patted the hull of the Black Gauntlet, his pride and joy. Back home, he diligently saved up all his wages from over 20 years of naval service and never managed to afford himself more than a creaky little sloop. Out here on the Sea of Thieves, free from the grasping fingers of the taxman and his cronies, he'd managed to afford himself a fine and distinguished vessel by handing in bounty after bounty. He was not, he vowed, about to let anyone take that away from him. As he glared at the rapidly approaching vessel, Quince noticed something strange. A flashing burst of bright light, visible even in the daylight, winking at them with a regular pattern. Feeling for the ornate spyglass at his belt and peering down its length, he could see a hulking man with a great mirror, clutched in his outspread arms, tilting it up and down to the instruction of a dark-haired woman at his side.
It's a signal,
he declared out loud after a moment.
They're trying to get our attention, I'd wager. Does that mean that they want to talk to us, sir?
The deckhand inquired cautiously. This was his first voyage, and he'd been hoping for nothing more exciting than a few skeletal bounties that might bring him to the Order's attention. Sparring with a crew of living, breathing pirates was another matter entirely, especially given the chaos their targets had already caused.
Of course it does, laddie. They probably want to surrender like the lily-livered filchers they are,
Quince harumphed.
Let's give these cowards our answer, eh? Fire the cannons!
He watched in satisfaction as his own ship began to turn, cutting across the Unforgiven's path and striking her twice on her port side. The instant the first blows hit home, the woman sprinted down the steps to the cannons on her own vessel, and Quince barked with laughter at the sight of the large man still dumbly holding the glittering mirror.
Oaf!
He barked, before ordering his crew to brace for impact. A single cannonball arced through the air from the Unforgiven, striking the hull of the Black Gauntlet and causing a small shudder.
Only minor damage, sir,
someone shouted.
We'll have it repaired in a moment.
Quince sneered.
One cannon? Pathetic.
He called, hoping that his voice might carry across the waves somehow.
Is that the best you can do?
He coughed wheezily, and then ordered a second volley. This time 3 of the Black Gauntlet's shots hit their mark. Her crew shouting and jeering as the Unforgiven came close to rolling just from the impact.
It's almost too easy,
Quince laughed. Though this again gave way to a second coughing fit that nearly doubled him over.
Right,
he thundered, staring down at the crew with red-rimmed eyes.
Wish one of you idiots is smoking while we've got powder on the deck.
All he got in return was a sea of blank expressions, however, and he turned slowly in place, trying to find the source of the
putrid smell that was washing over him. Finally, Quince's eyes settled on the piled-up powder kegs, stacked next to the bow of the ship, close to where he was standing. The powder kegs were smoking and smoldering, becoming extremely hot, thanks to the focused sunlight directed by a large, curved mirror. One or two of them had begun to pop and sputter dangerously. Captain Quince was not a young man, but he impressed his crew that day by executing an acrobatic dive over the railings a few short seconds before the powder kegs exploded in a chain reaction that sent fire across the deck of the Black Gauntlet. Smaller fires erupted in the sails, but no one was left to extinguish them, for many of the crew had followed their captain into the sea, either hurled overboard by the blast or attempting to escape the roaring flames. Larina, watching the chaos from afar, was tempted to reload the cannons and exact some very satisfying revenge against the crippled ship. A lurch from below reminded her that the Unforgiven was in no shape to pick a fight, even if her opponents couldn't retaliate. Instead, she called to little Ned, who insisted on returning the mirror to the captain's cabin before returning to the sails. And Larina swiftly set a course that would carry them out of sight. She didn't know whether or not they'd been able to inflict a fatal blow to the Black Gauntlet or not, but she was convinced that she'd bought them enough time to reach Tribute Peak unchallenged. Sure enough, they soon left the other ship far behind, though Larina still felt unsettled about fleeing from a half-finished fight. The Unforgiven felt sluggish and slow in the water, and although Adelaide and Faisal had been below to repair the damage, Larina was starting to get concerned about how badly they'd been hit. "Ned," she called, unable to completely mask the unease in her voice. "I think we're safe for now. Why don't you head below decks and see if you can help the others finish making..." She trailed off as Adelaide staggered up the stairs, grunting with exertion, for she was struggling under the weight of Faisal's motionless form. Ned moaned softly and was at her side in an instant, lifting the smaller man effortlessly and laying him out across the deck on a tarpaulin. Larina could see a nasty purple bruise across Faisal's head, where something had struck him, and his breathing was shallow and rapid. "I've used up every last scrap of wood and cloth we have left to patch the leaks," Adelaide panted, looking pale and exhausted herself. "They hit us too hard, and we're still taking on water from half a dozen places. The ship is sinking, and there's not a damn thing we can do to stop it."